Hello and welcome. We're playing DreadLore, a new TTRPG that rewards immersive roleplay. Tonight's game is Into Space!
Into
I gotta let that calm like a Spanish soccer announcer. In DreadLore, players use their character traits to gain a bit of control over the fiction. If the task is opposed or particularly difficult, they might have to throw down the dice.
Throw down!
Not dice. Let's briefly introduce the cast. I am Jazzi Cabbage, Cherokee. Oh, not characters. Ooh. Howl, Andrea. Daniel Holker is not here yet. Maxx is not here, and our arbiter, Bill Bunkum. And I don't see Drizzle for some reason.
He's there.
You're here. I know you're there. I just didn't see your name, so I was like, wait, we're missing people. Thanks to the music from all lowercase letters and Mr. Interrupt and our Patreon friends, Nostalgic, Natalia Cline, Tim Roberts, and Daniel Holker. Thanks to Couchfire Media for the production and all of the cool stuff that y'all get to see. Thanks to Terrible Productions for whatever they do.
Nobody knows. Also,
we'll
thank
eventually
you
have a
to,
sponsor.
also thank you to Andrea Elliott-Johnson for being here as well.
Did I skip her? I thought I said her.
Oh, if you skip, I don't think you skipped her. I just didn't hear it.
No, you said it. Yeah. But it's fine.
I noticed it was a hyphen like mid-read, so I just skipped it because I knew I was going to fuck it up. And I was like, we're just going to keep track.
No! Oh, no! You cursed! You cursed! Do it again! Do it again! Do it again, we'll cut that part out.
Will we?
Okay,
5,
anyways.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, hello and welcome. We're playing DreadLore, a new TTRPG.
Are we going back to? Okay.
Yeah, we're doing the whole thing again.
Apparently, we're running it back.
Yep, we're doing it again.
Do it again.
From the top.
Do it again.
Because you want to save the first 20 minutes without any curse words.
That was the
We
goal.
didn't make it through the intro.
And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Hello and welcome. We are playing DreadLore, a new TTRPG that rewards immersive roleplay. Tonight's game is Into Space! In DreadLore, players use their character traits to gain a bit of control over the fiction. If the task is opposed or particularly difficult, they will have to throw down the
Down.
make a sanity roll. Briefly introduce. Oh yeah, that's me. Hello, I am Jazzi Cabbage. And Howl is part of our cast. I was reading the script a little bit too thoroughly. Andrea
You will now
Howl.
say
I'm blending names. Oh man, this is.
you're good. Just go. You're beautiful. You're beautiful. You're beautiful.
I am. All right. So our cast is myself, Jazzi Cabbage, Ken Howl, Andrea Elliott-Johnson, Daniel Holker, Maxx, and Bill Bunkum. And some of those people are not here, being Maxx and Daniel. He'll be here later. Thanks to the music, all lowercase letters, and Mr. Interrupt. Thanks to our Patreon peeps, Nostalgic, Natalia Cline, Tim Roberts, and Daniel Holker. Thanks to Couchfire Media for the production and all the visuals you see. Thanks to Terrible Productions for whatever they do.
Yeah, we don't know.
We don't have a sponsor yet.
Not yet. We do. We just don't know who
I
it
think
is.
we are ready for a recap.
Subscribe
Yeah, it's
today, soldier! Subscribe and become a citizen!
That's right. Hello. Hi. Hi, everyone. My name's Bill Bunkum. How are you? I'm going to run
Bill.
some DreadLore today. This is how we're all going to talk. Be prepared. Okay, so
No.
thank you for everyone who's watching and jumping on the live stream. The ad's about to start. I'm going to stop that ad right now. we are going to attempt tonight for the first 20 minutes to not curse. Specifically, we're going to try to not drop the F-bomb. So, chat, help us out here. Give us some encouragement. Ken, what are you drinking tonight?
I am drinking Bardstown, the last of my Bardstown bourbon. I think I have the bottle. I killed the bottle. There's nothing.
That's some good bourbon, though. That's good
left. It's if you ever drive to Bardstown on the Bluegrass Parkway, you will see it. It's massive.
You'll see it.
You can't miss it. It's there.
Is that the one that caught fire and caused the lake to catch fire?
No, it seems like it's a relatively new distillery, so it's.
Oh.
I don't think
that was Jim Beam, actually.
Yeah, I believe that.
Because what happened is there was like a warehouse fire, and then a bunch of casks got broken, and it leaked all into the river and changed the pH and all that stuff. It was pretty insane.
That sounds
the
like
pH to alcohol.
Jim Beam.
Yeah, basically just.
Drizzle, what are you drinking?
I'm drinking good old Rolling Rock.
Rolling Rock. Oh yeah, that's some Richmond brew right there. I actually don't know where Rolling Rock comes from, but I do know that when I was in Richmond, yeah, right, Richmond, I drank a lot. What is I just edited myself. What is a Latrobe?
No, it's Latrobe somewhere. It's the city, I think.
Does it have letters after the Latrobe?
No.
Or is it just like Latrobe on the moon?
It says from the glass-lined tanks of old Latrobe.
I'm pretty sure that's Richmond. It's not. Andrea, what are you drinking tonight?
I am drinking Promised Land chocolate milk.
Some chocolate milk.
Rich and creamy. Yeah.
You like the chocolate milk. Is that some oat milk?
No.
Is it some almond
Whole
milk? It's whole milk.
Yeah.
From the teat. And Jazzy, what about you, man?
So I'm mainly California sober, so I am partaking in some bubble bath.
What is a California sober? What does that mean?
It means that you're a gardener, friends.
I understand what you mean. I get you. I am drinking.
No.
I know exactly what you are. You going for the creative vibe or the sleepy vibe?
Yes.
Indeed. I get you. This is Powers whiskey. Powers is the bomb. Yeah, I just found this at a local Irish pub. All right. Pretty soon.
Let you take the whole bottle?
Yeah, they let me. Yeah. So if you're in the chat, you might feel like perhaps we're stalling. It's because we are. Hulker. That's right. The Incredible Hulker will be here fairly-ish soon, and we'll find out what Hulker's drinking.
He's waiting for just the right moment so that you can be in the middle of
the moment.
Yes.
Yes. He's one of the viewers. He's like with his hair. Right. So we're playing Into Space tonight.
Space.
This is a near future.
Space.
This is a near future-ish setting in the game system of DreadLore, L-O-R-E. Go to dreadlore.com. You can get a book and all those things. There's a paperback. There's also a hardback. There's a getting started guide for free. And jump on the Discord. There's a link on the website. We want you to jump on the Discord because we are running games for people that are new and would like to play. I might do like a little cash prize. When I say cash, I don't mean cash. I mean like a book, like a PDF of the book. So, Okay.
Relax.
This is part 2 of a pretty interesting scene that we've got going on. The long, the short of this campaign is this. A bunch of space marines, which are the players you see before you, and Katrina. Although Katrina is technically conscripted into the Space Marines, she doesn't necessarily agree to that. This group of fascist space marines are on a colony, a distant colony, good 10 light years from Prime, which is the name of Earth now. And they're trying to take back the colony, essentially. Okay, this is an adventure-esque type of campaign. These guys have been on multiple different adventures within this setting, and this is just the current one. So, let's describe where is your character. Actually, who is your character? Give us a little byline at the top of your sheet. So I am a such and such, the such and such that does so. Okay. So name your character, your byline on your character sheet. Then where are you and what is immediately happening? Okay. And if you mess that up, that's perfectly fine. Don't worry about it. We're in the montage. This is just kind of talking. There's no bidding here. Don't tell us why, unless it's really, really interesting. We'll start with Katrina.
Okay. Well, I am playing Katrina Telmus, who is a Martian princess turned mercenary and has been a mercenary for the last 10 experienced years of her life. And now she got, betrayed / kidnapped by some pirates and was quote unquote rescued by the PMC guys. And went along with the mission, and now she is kind of not on board with the mission parameters anymore, and so currently she is stuck in cryo sleep, waiting to see what happens next.
Indeed. Also, you get a pip for using the PMC, Prime Marine Corps, which is actually in the lore, so well done. For the chat, if you guys have any questions about the setting or questions for the players, if you want to suggest things to the players, let us know in the chat, and Drizzle will let you know. Hey, Drizzle.
Yes.
Who are you playing?
I am Skip Trace, who is a grunt who follows orders. Had some stuff happen and was higher, but has been knocked back in ranks. So now he's trying to be a yes man as much as he can. Currently, he has just stopped the cryo process on Katrina's cryo bed. So it takes a little while to put them completely under, so he stopped that process so it'll revert back to normal.
I am actually going to break my rule. Why?
Why? Because his commanding officer told him to wake up Katrina.
Ooh. Speaking of, and we'll have Ken go last. Jazzi, since you are Skip's immediate commanding officer, who are you playing?
I am Lieutenant Cherokee Sue. I am, I guess, third in command now in this structure. If you're counting the fourth, I guess there's two. Anyways, I'm directly under Dalby. I am a 6'10" field medic with door kickers. So I'm always along for the ride. I'm a little bit of the mediator in the group.
Definitely.
We'll see. We'll see if I can pull it off again.
Yep. And we'll go to Ken.
I didn't say what I was doing. I just realized. Do I need to do that?
Say what you're doing first. Do what you're saying.
It's my bad. I forgot.
No bad. There's no bad.
So I asked Skip last time to stop the cryo process because I was told by Dalby to do so. I administered some Khan's tongue as the process was being shut down. It's like a sedative. It's basically combined with the chemical used for cryo. It's what we use for anesthesia in the future. So the plan is to wake Katrina up relaxed.
I love it. And Kennetha.
I am Ken Howl. I play a character called Dolby, Captain Dolby Newman,
A captain, that's right.
and spelled with a K. Captain Dolby Newman is currently storming through the ship, probably a bit unhinged because he's in Vegas time, baby. Like he's been going, he's taken the quirt. He's been drinking a fair amount. He's evened out. He's been in some battles, and he's given a lot of orders, and he feels like things aren't moving fast enough. So, it's time to pay the piper.
The piper shall be paid. All right. So, how are we doing with the cursing? We're pretty good. How long has it been? It's been like 2 minutes or something.
Yeah, it's 2.5 minutes.
God.
13 minutes.
13 minutes. Seven more. No one curse.
It was
Feels like an eternity. I'll tell you that much.
I know, it's just terrible.
So
it was
hard.
I'm like
7:23 when we did
I'm almost
the,
cursing every minute. Okay.
when we did the cut.
So that is that is where we're starting. Ken, is it possible for you to do this intro scene without Dolby cursing? Is that actually?
I mean, what do you call a curse word? I mean, freaking A.
No,
man.
don't say the F, man. Don't say it. It'll ruin it. It'll ruin it. All right. Well, what we can do, man, is we can do a little bit of a setup for this. Katrina, you just had a cryo dream. Sort of a cryo stress dream. Can you describe what that was? What you gleaned from it? And what is your general situation right now? What is the conflict?
The conflict is that, well, I guess we'll start with the beginning. The whole reason that, Katrina fled or started life as a mercenary was because she didn't want to be tied down by other people's rules anymore to begin with. Even though she was in the upper crust of, society, so to speak, the way her family was structured was that her life was laid out for her, and she kind of had no choice in the matter. So she gave all that up to go work as a mercenary, and so when it became clear that Dolby was somebody that she did not enjoy working with in general, and didn't trust, she basically was like, "Nope, I'm out. Bye-bye."
Can I hit pause really quick?
Be a part. Yeah.
I want to hit pause really quick because I actually just realized I'm doing therapy. I love it. Why? Jazzy was like, "What? Why? What was Katrina's goal for being a mercenary?" I love this. We'll say that this is a little readout. It's like a readout on the cryo, okay? And I like the idea of Silas being there, pulling out the readout. It doesn't like get all of your secrets, Katrina.
Yeah.
But what it does is kind of like in that terrible movie, Alien Covenant. The cryo chamber can actually read a little bit of your thoughts and your dreams.
Yeah.
And so, in a way, Silas and Silas and Cherokee and Skip, you can actually see this readout, and maybe it's Silas who's translating it, and you guys can get some insight into Katrina. So,
Well, and that makes sense to to me that's fascinating too, because particularly like a lot of that stuff would be literally on the surface of her mind given the dream she's having. So
I love this. Don't slouch. No one is allowed to slouch right now. DJ No
really.
just dropped some dread points to make us all not slouch.
She wanted more than anything to have adventure and be in control of her life, because she knew if she had joined the military, sure, she could have joined the military, but given her family's reputation, she would have been put, in an officer position, and all she would have done was, be either somebody who never saw action, or she would have been put in a position where she was safe and secure and never had any real adventure of her own.
I want to ... that really quick. Since we're in the dreamland of, it was a nightmare basically that you were dealing with, and Archangel was somehow pulled into that because his theurgy, his pseudoscience and technology just mixed and he was in your dream, and it was a bit of a nightmare. As you think about this, since it's on the top of your mind, Katrina, why didn't you, maybe you're in this dream, one of the assailants, because there's like 4 or 5 dudes that are board members that are attempting to hold you down and stab you in the neck with like juice. One of them says, why did you not go into the military? And maybe you think or say what you just did. You wanted to see action. And in your other ear, someone says, well, aren't you seeing action? Isn't Dolby giving you that? Aren't you handed? And then it like flips, like the voice is, it's all dreamy. Your brother is sitting there and somehow you're not being assailed. You're actually given over and over a chance to do something, to make something of yourself. You throw it away.
And in that regard, control is that key factor for Katrina, like always being in control of her destiny.
What does she say?
She says, I want to be in charge of where I go and who I fight for and what jobs I take on. And she might even, because at that point she knows it's a dream. She'll say, do you know how many jobs I've turned down over the years just because I didn't agree with what they were doing? And when they tried to pressure me into working for them even though I didn't want to, I made them disappear.
You see the scene sort of change, and it's your father sitting there. He's sort of in the shadows and in the dark, like Katrina's father always was. Maybe he was executed, or perhaps exiled or something. What became of him?
Her father probably honestly became probably a drunk and just like became a recluse. Like he would have been a kid around the time that the Martian civil war or the war was happening. So he grew up in the midst of that conflict and with that stigma of being a turncoat with people who actually that were affected by that. Like maybe some of his friends were on the Martian side and they got shafted when his grandfather, when his father.
I love it. So this is what we're gonna do. Fate roll. So fate roll. Fortune. That's what it was, Katrina. As you say, that is the narrative that you would like. Maybe not that Katrina would like, but that the player came up with. False fortune is going to be something along the lines of a little bit more nefarious. So I'm going to put it to the players. What is a little more nefarious? Drizzle.
That he was caught inside trading type sort of stuff. Ken.
Yeah, he was an insider trader, but he was also like on the Martian side of the Civil Wars.
Ooh, so kind of like
yeah,
Jazzi.
Ken took my idea.
It can be something in your all's favor. This is the false fortune.
My thought is that maybe he was obstructing like an investigation into some business practices.
Like Telmar Shipping's business practices outside of the system. I love it. Okay, so Katrina, here it is. Here's gonna be the go on, Ken.
I was just gonna say, and it's why Katrina's not a citizen.
Ooh, I love this. So Katrina, it's either fortune, what Katrina believes her father was. He was, and you're gonna get to dictate what that was. You'll get to reiterate it, or it's what we just said. So who's gonna roll? For this, since everyone put in for this, I'm gonna let Katrina roll for this. Okay? Is that cool with you guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just need somebody that's not the fate roll, right?
Yes. So I'm asking you guys, is that cool?
Yeah,
Yeah.
100%.
Go for it.
Okay. Because I don't want to give you a dread point. All right. So, Katrina, you get to roll. You want fortune or false fortune?
Fortune.
Drizzle, you're false. Let's do it. What is the story of Katrina's father? Why does it matter? It's cool. It's cool.
I don't think you can beat me, Drizzle.
Probably not. I got a whole 14.
I got 100.
Really?
Ooh.
That's awesome. Does anyone want to drop a proficiency? Does anyone want to proficiency to change that?
No, dude, she can control the narrative about her dad. I feel like that's healthy. Maybe not,
Yep.
but it works for the story.
I love it. All right, Katrina. There are all these rumors. Okay, so for all of you that gave a rumor about her father, you will gain that as a trait, fold it into your own story. It's some sort of knowledge, some sort of connection that you have. Maybe why you heard it. Maybe you were in a certain boot camp, and maybe you were on Mars. But you all get free traits. So decide what those are. Katrina, tell us what the story is, the truth, and why does Katrina know it?
So I like this because, what the truth is what happened with her father is that he basically just progressively became more and more depressed and eventually maybe not quite insane, but not coherent enough to be active in society any longer. He just became a reclusive drunk, kept up in his house, and it started slowly at first, like he'd stop going to social events, and then he just stayed in all day doing nothing but drinking, the finest alcohol he could get, that he could buy, that their money could pay for.
I believe that's some Bardstown bourbon is what that is, the finest, or maybe some Rolling Rock.
From
some place called Latrobe.
Could you imagine a 2024 vintage in this timeline?
Dude, continue.
But eventually he just became so useless and detrimental to the family that he got completely cut off and cut out of all the business dealings and everything, and that and Katrina has heard a lot of these rumors herself because she knows that her father just randomly disappearing for no apparent reason got people talking about, well, why is the next head of the Telmar shipping company going missing, for no, there's got to be a reason for it, and so the rumors were people started talking about, well, maybe he was really a secret Martian sympathizer, or maybe he was dealing with some black market crap and got caught, and the Prime took him. He's in some supermax prison on Prime, that they don't tell you about, or something like that. But she knows
the
that
truth.
Yeah, but Katrina knows her dad basically just is held up in one of their mansions on Mars, and is just locked in his study all day, just drinking, anything he can get his hands on.
All right, are you ready for this? What are your flaws?
Mine?
Yep.
Stigma, fallen woman, ungrounded, and Jingle? Oh yeah, Jingle from the, yeah.
So I'm going to bid for you one of those flaws. I like the idea. Fallen woman, I don't think applies here. I think this is actually the opposite of that. What are they again? Fallen woman, Jingle,
Stigma,
and Stigma.
Ungrounded.
I'm gonna bid ungrounded. Now, perhaps this is a little bit of the Arbiter's conservative upbringing. Heh. I'm gonna bid ungrounded for you. As you realize I knew it. As you realize seeing Hoker arrive. Da-da!
Into space.
Hoker, we're gonna introduce you in just a second. Katrina, as you realize seeing your father in the shadows like you used to do, you would maybe visit him here and there, and he was always in the dark, exactly as you described. He would turn, you would smell the whiskey, and the Rolling Rock cans that he would kick at your feet all over the ground. And as he turned, he's a little angry. Not at you. He loved you. But he was angry for so many reasons we could describe. And you realize it. You realize he reminds you this authority figure who probably Drizzle already knows what I'm about to say. Drizzle, I will allow you to go ahead.
As you look at what your father had become and the state that he's in and all the anger he holds inside, in this vision dream world, he slowly morphs into someone that you've seen recently, and you see standing there across from you the form of Dolby Newman.
Oh! Yes! Yes! Oh, it's worth it. Oh, Katrina's not happy. Right. Drizzle, you get a narrative point, which is honestly less than you should get, but that is awesome. That's exactly what happens. Really quick, in the real world, you guys all looking at the cryo chamber, and Silas is reading this out.
It's like a court stenographer or whatever it is.
Yeah. What's your reaction as you hear a calamity coming towards you down the fuselage? Which, Ken, we will have you describe that here in just a moment. Yeah, action is on you all in the real world around the cryo chamber. What is your reaction?
Well, that explains a lot.
I mean, I think we all knew that already.
I thought he went away for insider trading.
That's really good. That's good. You get a pip. Katrina, so I bid this flaw for you. You realize that your father and Dolby are very similar. And because it's a flaw, you got sympathy. Action's on you.
Maybe we're just both picturing the Katrina and her father's relationship very differently. If anything, I think Katrina would be more confused. Why? Because he knows that this is her subconscious, doing this shit. So she's like,
I love every bit of what you're saying because Katrina does not want to accept what she's seeing. And in fact, you actually just answered what her subconscious tells her. This is conflict. Her father says what I just said. He says, drinking. Cheers. So you're going off, huh? You're going off again.
Yeah, I mean, I can't live with my future dictated to me my entire life anymore.
You're going to dictate your future, aren't you?
I'm gonna do my best.
And you're going to give up all that responsibility of what's around you, aren't you?
I can't take responsibility for the actions of people who came before me.
You see him kind of do the old man thing where he's like, the face. Oh, I know what you mean. Cat. He'll call you Cat. But, thing is, sometimes what you think is other people's responsibility is yours. You know, you're given the shot you're given, and you're where you're at. He turns as you start to walk away, maybe. And you hear some rolling rock cans, scuttle. He says, Don't make the same mistake I did, honey.
The difference is, and I only say this because I love you, Dad, but the difference is I'm trying to build something and you were trying to run away from it.
As you see him sort of settle down into himself, as maybe that scene actually, or some variation of that scene actually did happen. In the darkness, as he looks up, you see Dolby's eyes instead, but it sort of morphs with your dad's. There is going to be a similarity between how they look, which is weird. There's a lot more anger there. Dolby, what does her dad say?
I would say that I'm not surprised. I'm not disappointed that you make the choices that you do. And I wish you the best.
Thanks. And I hope you can find some peace one of these days.
There's no peace. There'll never be peace. And I take a big drink.
And with that, Katrina will turn and walk out the door.
Reactions in the cryo chamber?
I hope nobody's watching mine when I'm in cryo.
Oh, I super watch everybody's when they're in cryo. I'm the last one down every time.
Yeah, Jazzy, that I was gonna give you a flaw for that, but that's a trait of yours. what is the trait that you have? It's like you and Burgess. You and Burgess are watching TV.
I have cry insomnia.
That is a trait. It's gonna be a flaw. That's a good trait. Write that down on your thing. Not to get too in the weeds with this. Katrina, what do you get from this nightmare? Or this lucid dream, I should say. Does Katrina, does she grow from this? or does she rebuff it?
Probably a little bit of both. She will rebuff the notion of other people trying to, dictate. Because the core aspect of this fever dream was, her brother and the executives trying to force her into compliance. But she will grow in regards to taking responsibility on her own terms, I guess.
I'm going to say, and you're going to play your character how you want, but I'm going to say this. This will sting in her mind. The reason that her dad is a failure is because he did exactly the same thing. Can anyone explain what I just said? Please, I'll open it up to the table. If you guys haven't guessed, since this is PvP, this is your all's attempt at convincing Katrina of something, or her attempt at convincing you of something. So keep it in game. What did I just mean? Since, I'm a guru and I can't curse right now. Ken?
I think it's been 20 minutes. I think we can curse.
Yeah, we should be way past the 20-minute mark.
We should be safe from cursing.
Well, Ken, what did I mean?
Well, I think what you said is that her father was a failure, and she brings that failure with her, thinking that she's going to somehow be different. But the universe is a big place, and it's not going well. She's been abducted by pirates. She doesn't really have much to account for herself, and she's getting ready to go on the same path. To, if she lives, she's going to be in a room alone, hooked up to some machine, being used as a battery.
Katrina, in this nightmare, you see some scientist that looks like he's like a 20-something-year-old scientist from like the movie Aliens, if you've seen that movie. Lab coat, short cropped hair. He's saying that about you. Jazzi. What do you think about this scene? What can Katrina benefit from it?
I think that Katrina could benefit from accepting help from somebody. There's like this adamant desire to do it all yourself. And like, if we're in a flashback, we're going to flash back to the scene where we're sitting in the bar and Cherokee Sue is telling her, like, hey, I really would like it if you would be our liaison for Telmar shipping so that the SSA can ship, or like you could be your own boss.
How does Katrina respond to that? Since we're in that scene right now. You're in that bar with Cherokee Sue.
That would be nice, but that doesn't seem to be Dolby's plan.
Keep going.
Hold on just a second. Sorry.
No worries.
My dog is sitting on something that I need.
There's a dog that just seems to be wandering around your feet.
Here we go.
And Katrina will follow up with that, basically saying, I don't do orders. It's why I'm a mercenary.
First of all, you are contracted to do a thing. Those are orders. Bing, 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 bing. Secondly, Dolby has charged me with figuring out what to do with you. You've been an adversary this entire time. He has given me the freedom to make a decision. I'm just saying, why don't you go be you, and you get to be your own boss. This cleans up some of our mess. You don't have to deal with Dalby anymore. You get to be your own boss. I'm just not sure what I'm missing.
Well, that doesn't seem to be Dolby's proposal. I mean, that sounds fine to me, but that's not what is going on right now.
Okay, cool. So we're talking in a circle.
Yeah, that's it.
All right. So I'll say it one more time just to be clear. Dalby has given me the creative liberty to do with you what I will. His suggestion was murder. My suggestion was an allyship. Why don't we work something out so that you can be your own boss like you want to? You can travel the system all over the place and tell Mar's name. Like, I just, you don't have to deal with Dalby anymore. Like, I understand that there was an obligation to be with us because we rescued you from the, in quotes, I guess, rescued you from the pirates, and then now you're, running around with us. Let's be clear. The world is dying, and we're trying to escape. Like, there's not a lot of time to dally or dilly. I just want you to know that my opinion on what we as the crew are going to do with you is up to me. And the other option besides allyship is murder. I'm not trying to force you into an ultimatum here, but you're not really giving us a choice.
I mean, okay. I don't know. That's about the best I got right now.
As Katrina, the dream morphs as Cherokee sort of wafts away his massive self. Whoa.
Doesn't go all the way through the wall at first, and then goes.
You can tell. This is your subconscious, but at the same time, maybe it's allowing you to hear their voices. Something you didn't catch the first time. Cherokee, this prime Marine, cares. Whether you agree with him or not, he cares. As the scene sort of morphs. In the cryo room, what's the reaction?
Well, I mean, I guess I left my helmet on. Y'all heard the whole conversation. This is a little less awkward than it was feeling for me for a second.
Drizzle, I know you're waiting on me to call on you. However, I want you to speak up.
I don't know. All you hear, Andrea hears, or not, Katrina hears, and after what he said, just Skip's voice, and all Katrina hears is him go, I knocked her out, but I tried not to do any damage. I tried to make sure she was okay, but unconscious.
I mean, great work, Skip. I'm going to give you some nooks just for funsies.
Katrina, you hear this sort of weird echo. It's almost unintelligible, but you can tell that it's the voices of your comrades. In this boardroom, Archangel is there. He's kind of distant, but you can see him as almost like an exit. As the dream is attempting to tell you something. Is it outside influence? Is it your own mind coming in? Is it doubts and such about your situation? You are given, or you remember, a certain few things. You don't know who's in control of the Ansible or who has access to it. Telmar has enemies that likely can hear it. If they get here first, you are endangering Telmar. Worries, lots of emotions. We're going to drop into the dread because we're about to drop into the dread. Katrina, what do you bid to deal with this influx of emotions? Or do you just let it happen? Which would just be a sanity roll.
No. I will bid. I'll bid a new, because I just had to drop the load on my pips.
Nice.
I'll bid my new trait, Regal Presence.
Regal Presence, as you start doing it, you feel something cold gripping your heart. The threshold is 10. However, outside in the cryo room, she starts going into cardiac arrest, all kinds of hell's breaking loose. Silas looks up at you, Cherokee, and over at you, Skip Trace, with the look. Cherokee, you know what the look is. As Silas goes, she is in a bad way. What do you guys do?
So I'm gonna rip this bitch open and start doing CPR.
What do you bid?
Talking about the cryopod. So I'm gonna use. I realized I was like, that's a really ambiguous phrase there.
I love it. I love it.
So I'm gonna use fuck it up, and I'm literally just gonna rip this bitch open.
Okay.
You know, there is a medic on the ship.
Indeed.
So, you know.
Indeed. All right, as you bid that, Katrina, the threshold just dropped to 6. Skip Trace, what are you doing? And remember, you do have a Burgess.
I'm going to. I can't bid it because I've already used it.
Are we in a new scene, technically?
Nope. Oh no.
Okay.
You guys have to deal with Dolby in this scene. Okay. It's about to happen.
I'm going to help with the cryo, being the cryo expert, but I don't.
Okay, do you want to flip-flop it then? Do you want to do something first and then allow me to go in and do like CPR instead? I hate the table talk here, but you can actually open this correctly.
Yep. Well, yeah.
Okay,
I'm going to
I'm
bid.
gonna flip-flop it and back out for a second.
Do you
I'm
drop
going to
a bid?
bid seasoned, which is my tiered play, to activate cryo expert, just because I'm not really doing anything, but I want to activate cryo expert because that's my trait that it deals with it. And I'm going to, you see Skip pop up there, and he pulls out his knife, but he doesn't jimmy it in. He just uses it to separate the seal a little, to pop it open quicker than it was going. But he does it to where you can tell he's doing it with finesse. It is not tearing it like he's not tearing it apart. He's doing it just well.
So the scene is Cherokee starts to rip open the cryo chamber as Skip interjects.
Yeah. I'm
Yes.
like,
I'll use a
let
pip
me
to make
get
sure
this.
that happens.
I love that. Okay. I'm about to screw you
So I'm gonna use
all up.
field improv.
Ken, be ready. Go on.
So in that case, since we flipped, I'm going to use field improv instead, and I'm going to put her on the floor and start administering CPR.
Okay. Burgess, you are in the engineering room with Dole Engineering. That's a floor beneath them. Technically, you don't know this is happening unless someone tells you. However, Dole is in a bad way. He's passing out as he's attempting to fix the engine. We will get to you in just a moment, okay? As you all are doing this, Katrina, the threshold just went from, did I say 6?
Yeah.
Yes.
Goes back, or now it goes down to 3. As
So
they
wait,
are.
so what, like, What am I rolling besides obviously
So-
D10?
Yep, D10 action die, and what is the aspect that you wish to, not go into cardiac arrest and die?
Grace.
Okay, how does that work?
The acrobatics of my internal or my internal immune system, or my we'll say my graceful heart.
All right, threshold's 5. Go ahead.
Fuck you. I can see it now. I can say it. Fuck you.
That is part of it.
Fine, then I'm gonna bid season ship bait so I can navigate this situation.
I love it. I love it. Threshold is 5. Go ahead. Unfortunately, as you go on, roll your stuff.
Okay.
While this is all happening, you guys are so involved in the storyline of Silas's readout and what you're doing. Maybe you don't quite notice what is happening in the fuselage. Dolby, you get a free cunning as you are going first. You exit the cockpit. What's happening?
I am pissed. I've lost all sense of who I am and who my crew are, because I've given a bunch of orders and nothing has happened. We're sitting here on this ship, so I am enraged. I am losing it, and I'm not quiet about it. And I'm like, I yell into my intercom, Burgess, Dole, get this ship off the ground. I don't care what you have to do. Burgess, if you gotta fucking give him a spike, give him a spike. I'm gonna fucking deal with the lieutenant, and I want this ship off the ground in 10, or there's gonna be hell. And then
That's 5.
I burst into the med bay.
Go for it. You see, hey, what does Dolby see?
Are you tossing that back to us?
Yeah, you're in the throes of doing what you're doing. What does Dolby see as he bursts?
Got you. So I'm doing CPR on Katrina, and Skip was.
I've got the cryo bed complete. Like as Skip was like lifting it, like as he was getting the lift up, you had already reached in and pulled her out, and so like he's still in the process of getting it all the way open, and you've already drug her out, and she's on the floor, and you're
flopping around. As Dolby, you roll in and you see this scene. Action's on you.
Is she gonna be conscious?
I hope so.
All right, good.
we stopped cryo early, but she's had some sort of cardiac situation. This has not happened when I've not run across this very often in halting cryo.
I'm gonna reach into my bag and give her a dose of Kurt or quart. I'm gonna juice her up.
Katrina, how many successes did you get?
5.
So you're at limbo as you're gracefully dealing with the situation. You start to wake. You feel no pain, although your body does, but you have got a disconnect going on. You can see Cherokee trying to save your life. You can see Skip Trace look over, his fucking mustache going everywhere, even despite his helmet, like Dr. Wily. with this look of concern on his face. You see Dolby with his face very determined as he sticks you and you burst out of limbo. So you're awake. The butt. The butt is this. You have to consider what they say. That doesn't mean you have to agree. I'm talking to the player right now. Consider what they say. Now I'm talking to the other players. You all do what you want to do. I, the arbiter, will let it happen. What do you all do? The action is on you.
I grab Katrina by the collar.
I'm going to use cunning. I'm going to use a cunning. I'm going to box Dolby out to at least allow her to stand up.
This is going to get bad. Stand down, Lieutenant.
So, first of all, I didn't finish this, and I'm also going to grab her so that you don't hurt her. I have her.
Katrina, as soon as Dolby grabs
Still
her
going to go
collar,
bad, I'm sure.
Katrina will say, hey, whoa, I know we're in a sex dungeon, but, we can just set up a safe word first.
All right, princess. All right, we've tried it the hard
Holding
way.
her up above Dolby so he can't get to her.
We've tried it the hard way. I have certain abilities to adjust your situation within my disposal. So I'm going to lay it down one more time. I need a pilot for this ship. If I don't have a pilot, I'm pretty sure we're all dead because you're going to be on this ship and I'm going to be flying it. So I recommend that you do whatever it is that you have to do. And after this mission, I can guarantee you citizenship with the SSA. United Sol System Authority.
But I already have citizenship.
You don't have citizenship. I checked into that. I could do whatever I wanted to do with you. Since we saved your life, I realize you don't want to be in the military and you want to take this, and you've made it the hard way, but that's fine. I need this ship off the ground 20 minutes ago, and I know you can do it. You're the best damn pilot I've ever seen. You've done things that ships aren't supposed to do. We are in a bad place. And look, the only way that you're going to live is if you get in that pilot seat, because I'm pretty sure me flying this little boat isn't going to be great. So I'm going to put you in the chair.
Don't do that.
I'm going to put you in the chair, Cherokee. You manager. And
can I put you in the pilot seat so we don't all die? I'm reminding you, you're a little high, by the way. I gave you Con's tongue before you came out of cryo.
So Jazzi, so you know the reason that you all were able to influence her dream is because of the Con's tongue. So there's no mechanical thing there. Oh
shit!
That's
You're
why
genius.
you were.
I love it.
That's not a genius. That's why you were able to do it. So Katrina, action's on you. What are you doing?
Fine. But citizenship is not an incentive. I can just buy it when I get back. So, you think of something more to sweeten the pot a little bit, and I'll get us out of the situation.
So, Dolby, can I put her down without you murdering her, or should I carry her all the way to the chair?
Yeah, take her to the chair. Put her in.
Okay. So, I do that. Are you kicking and screaming the whole time, or are you chill at this point? Like,
no, I'm
just like holding you.
going to the chair. I'm just going to the chair. Yeah.
It is a new scene.
Oh shit!
Finally.
Well done. Well done, cast Burgess, before this new scene goes down for you, Dolby just gave you orders. You are in the engine room. It's thrumming. Woo, 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 woo. Actually, it's not because the power's off. It should be thrumming. Dole is looking at you. You see he's like coughing. He's looking placid and terrible. Like he's been stabbed. He has a hole in him that's got this grotesque meat plug in it. You're wondering perhaps how he's alive as he's tapping buttons, and Dolby says, Dolby, can you repeat your orders to Burgess?
I said, I don't care what you do. If you can give him a little spice up his tea, if you can get him moving, get Dole moving. What was that? I can't even remember the word. I was in the moment. I said,
Oh, you actually used the thing in the game, like the actual juice, like the adrenaline. I forgot what it's called.
juice him up.
Court.
I said,
Court.
Juice him up.
You actually said give him a spike.
Yeah, give him
which
a
I'm going to
spike.
give you a pip for. I'm going to give you a pip for it. That's awesome. Give him
Yeah.
a spike should
Yeah.
be the nomenclature that you guys. We just call him
So
spike.
what's the
instead of stem
actual
pack.
thing called?
So a spike just means a stem pack, which means a health potion. In our deal medkit, it could mean quirt, an upper of some sort, something that gets you going. That's giving you a
That
spike.
was the one that could
You could also go the Expanse, which is an awesome show people should watch. It's the juice.
Yeah, the juice.
The juice.
Give him the juice. Give him a spike.
So any needle administered drug is giving him the spike. I just know what he means by that.
That's right. It's whatever is at
Okay.
hand. So Burgess.
As I'm looking at Dole, seeing the state that he's in, I hear the orders given by Captain Newman over the intercom, and I look at Dole and I say, "Yes, Captain." Then I get up because I'm a medic, but he may not realize this, but that's okay. I get up, I look around, and I would like to spend a narrative point if I have to know where the medic kit is.
Oh, you see it. It's right over there.
Okay, yeah. So I go over there, I open it up, I get it out there, and I find the spike stick, kind of like an EpiPen,
Yep.
right? And it might as well just be an EpiPen with
With the SSA logo.
It's not $600 because we're in the future, and you know the entire.
no,
world
it's
is run by
6,000.
insurance
All right,
corporations.
so
6 cents times a million.
it's 6,000, but it's actually really cheap because of several centuries of inflation. Anyways,
You both get pips. Go on.
yeah. So I grab the $6,000 or whatever pin out of the medikit, and there's two. I'm gonna keep that in mind.
There's 6 total.
6 total.
Yeah, there's 6 usage.
Yeah.
However you use the medkit, the ninja gear, the medkit, there are 6 uses. So just mark them off.
You also have as a medic ninja gear, like a moderate health kit as well. Like on your person.
Yeah. So I will actually bid medic because it is a skill that's been on my character since day one. And I will go over to Dole, and I'll look at Dole and I say, "What part hurts the most?"
He looks up at you. He says, "Hey Ken, what would he say?"
The place where you put the meat plug in.
You get a pip as he just points. I don't think it'll work there though.
I don't think it'll work. there.
Just give it to me right here as he he sticks out his tongue.
I say, "Yes, here it is." And as I hold it up, and he thinks it's going there. Oh no! Straight to the thigh.
Not the thigh! As he starts messing about with the goodness. Burgess, you note Dole doing something with the engine. It's a big wall. Imagine a 1970s computer with lights and boops and bops. There's a large charred mark in part of it. And Dole seems to be rerouting the Christmas lights around that. It seems like he's trying to get the Christmas lights to go to the other side of it, and he's cursing about it. You can
Fucking
bid.
computers.
Everyone's face is perfect for this. It's really, yeah, okay. You can bid Dole if you want, or you can do something. Remember, you are the player character. The limelight's on you. Dole is an NPC, so you can bid him to bring him into it, or you can do something yourself. You can command him to do something. What are you doing?
I will
Just
bid
maybe random
Dole.
question real fast.
Yes.
So, like, because his orders were to be Dole's hands, so could he technically bid his orders?
I don't see any reason why not. Why can you not?
I was just
have an
curious if that
immediate
was something
trait?
you could do.
Oh my god! What a cool ability for a commander.
Yeah.
You bid that, and you like give this weird trait. It could be abused. We're gonna play with this. We're gonna play with it. But Dolby has to take it as an ability in the whole thing.
I'll
We'll see,
totally
and you
take
could
that
do-
one. That sounds great.
We'll see. We'll see. It won't just be that you give them a trait. It'll be something.
Well, if
Trait
we,
We're gonna
trait,
mess with
a
it.
temporary one.
Drizzle.
if we all have the trait orders,
Orders.
so
yeah.
then if we are trying to do something that they purposely told us to do, we could bid our trait orders to complete the order that was given. Well, to help complete the order.
That's
we all
right.
have the
That's
trait
right.
of four burning sensations.
I like that.
That's right. But we're talking about more of a mechanical type thing.
Sure.
Right?
Well, so it's
No, I mean,
something that can
I'm
last
talking
for a
to Drizzle.
scene.
I'm talking about Drizzle.
Oh, sorry. I
Yeah.
didn't mean
No, Jazzy, you're right. The thing is, that can be abused because it means if you all have it, then you have infinite traits, which ain't good. So we
Oh,
have
no,
to
no,
balance it somehow.
It would still be used. Like it's just one trait called orders. So once you use it, it's the same as per scene, but it is just one that it's not like we have an infinite. It is a single trait called orders that we could use once per scene to help us if we are completing something that was given to us as an order.
I think it would be cool to piggyback off that. If there's a command ability, so you've got to get the ability, you got to do the upgrade, and then maybe the second upgrade. And what it is, for example, anyone who has that command, okay, so you actually have to be in command of the person. Maybe you can give them an extra die.
I kind of have
Because that's
that.
something that's not present in the game right now. So, for example, Dolby could be like, "Oh, I bid this, I give him the extra die, and you could aid and do the extra die." So you can start. If everyone had it, you can give a person a shitload of extra dice, and maybe it's a D4, D6, D8. So you could have like
I was
tons of D8s. You're throwing down a huge fucking ton of dice, but you're spending a bunch of traits to do it. It's probably broken, but I think it'd be really cool.
well, I mean,
at
like
this
if
point-
you use. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, at this point, only one person can give it to everyone, and only Cherokee Sea can give it to everyone else. So it's in this situation, it's not as broken because of the hierarchy. There are only
In this
right
situation.
now, yeah,
Right.
there are only two people who can give that out if they have that
But
command, or if they have the ability.
If I'm a player, hey Andrea, let's say you have this ability. Since your character has the lowest rank, technically, how would you use this ability? To command something
Orders?
to give them extra dice. Yeah,
To get orders or command.
either one.
I think he's asking for, since you're the lowest rank, how should the highest rank be approaching you? Is the,
No. No. The opposite.
no? The
How
opposite. Okay.
could Katrina break this rule? Use orders to give someone who's technically a higher rank than them an extra die. Give me a situation.
Okay. An assist. So, like, for example, like, so
We
what I'm
have
thinking
an-
for
we
is
have
the
an
only
A.
way. Well, so like as an assist is what I meant. Like, so like,
I see.
So like in my thought is like you can only use orders if you like, so the orders are laid out, right, like per scene. So you can only use like descriptors in situations that fall within the bracket of the orders. You can't just be like, oh, I'm gonna get shot. Orders, I'm fucking safe. Like that doesn't make sense. I get what you're saying about how it could potentially be exploited. But my thought on the as an assist is like, so for example, like me and Katrina are working together, and so like she bids orders, like she's acting out her orders, which is an aid to what I'm doing as the commander.
Right. Which is an aid, which is already a mechanic. So it's actually duplicating a mechanic that's already existing, which is broken.
Fuck.
And I have a lot of traits geared towards orders, like military life and
You know what we should do? We should have a
authority.
We should have an ability that did what we all did previous, where it says, hey, maybe it's not a whole like montage dream sequence, but it's an idea of a table talk. Hey, this is what I'm trying to get your character to do. Because the player has to agree to it when it really comes down to it. Interesting. Burgess, the action is still on you.
I look at Dole and I say, what do you need any extra hands? Is there any equipment that you're missing here?
As he looks up at you. You see he can't really walk very well. You see he's not doing incredibly good. Right?
He's got 4 more temporary hit points.
Neither grammar-wise or in reality-wise. Thank you, Ken.
And an extra brawn.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh, because of Quirt.
Yep.
That actually will help him quite a bit. Indeed, Ken, you get a pip.
Same with Katrina. You get
As you
4
see-
temporary hit points and 1 more brawn.
Katrina, hit that up.
Oh,
As
and
Dole
you have
starts
to make a
lift himself
sanity
up-
roll.
We'll get that in a second. As Dole gets up, he looks and points. I need you to get in that panel and connect those wires, as he points and tells you what wires they are.
Yeah, there's a drill over there in that box over there. So I'm gonna go get it.
Okay. As he starts messing around and pulling fuses and stuff.
So I go over there. I get the drill. I get a drill because I've gone through every box here, right? Every
course.
one of them. So I've got a drill. I've also got a hammer. So I guess we'll make it work. And I go up, and before I start to drill, I say, Dole, look at that panel.
He does.
I give him another stem in the thigh. Spike in the thigh.
I feel great. As you see, like his like shit isn't right, but he doesn't seem to notice.
Yeah. So I start to
Yeah.
I start to drill in and try and unscrew some of the or unscrew the apparatus, and if I get stuck, I'll take a hammer and I'll just try and pry it open.
You do the gadget thing. What do you bid?
I will bid. I'll bid soldier.
Bidding soldier. You make sure this job is done. It's by the end of it, Burgess, you have pulled out lots of wires. It's all hanging down in these weird wires, just sparks and stuff. But as Dole amped, as he's like punching the wall, right? And you see like blood on his knuckles. You've amped him so many times. He yells as you switch on some chip in this pseudoscience as the engines turn back on. the D's Nuts freighter comes alive. There's a disco ball or two that's going in all the rooms. You got some music hitting. It's all sparkling off the stages and the stripper poles and such, as well as in the crowd chamber that you guys are currently in. Katrina, you were plopped into the cockpit, into the pilot seat. Action is on all of you. What are you doing?
I'm gonna bid Silas. Silas,
He turns.
Can you
Sir.
use whatever frequency that you have of, or mimic whatever frequency that you have of the late great Vesper? I'm gonna try and take this thing to the clad ship, and maybe using some kind of fingerprint of Vesper will allow us to get a little bit closer. I mean, I don't know for sure, but
As Silas nods at you, Dolby, you know Silas at this point well enough to know that he is very competent. He's questioning how he can do it in his own mind. He's already considering the ideas as he says, yeah, it'll be hard, but I think I can do that.
just it doesn't have to be perfect. It just needs to give us a little window to get just a little bit closer.
He nods. As you're starting to walk away, he says, "Sir, Captain, we don't know what the clad has in terms of shields, deflectors, anything."
I'm hoping that this storm will take care of some of that.
He nods. He shares a glance with you, Jazzi. This is a glance you've seen several times, as it's okay, as Silas starts hacking on his little wristband. Action's on all of you. What are you doing?
All right. So I am gonna say to Katrina, just a reminder that the Earth is dying. We need to get out of here, and you're a great pilot. Please get us off this rock. And then I'm just gonna start to walk away.
Katrina will kind of, start running a quick diagnostic on the ship, and then sort of, tilt her head back. Oh, the planet's not dying. You guys are being so dramatic. But anyway, yes, I'll get the ship moving.
Thank you. Sir, what's the next move?
I'm gonna make my way to the cockpit, and all right, get on the intercoms. Okay, guys. Burgess, keep helping Dole. Skip, can you find some weapons on this thing and see if you can operate them?
Okay.
Lieutenant, you and I are gonna hang here with the princess, and we're gonna. She said that she could get us on board a ship in the past, and that's our primary objective. That's our orders from Captain Grimm, is to board the enemy ship.
Can I on the diagnostics? Can I see all the damage that I did when I?
Oh yeah.
So Katrina, as she's trying to figure out workarounds, to the chaos she caused. Wow. I mean, I was just going for some general hacking, but this is I ended up being more effective than I thought I would. Good. I'm pretty good at this, huh?
Well, let's hope that you're pretty good at getting this off the ground.
It would be way more fun if this was happening to not us. Do that to other people.
Yeah. Do this
Well,
to,
you know, when you
do this
kidnap
to the
people,
Clad
they
ship.
tend not to like it.
Whatever you did to
Alright,
this ship, do it to the Clad.
I radio in, and I say, Captain Dull's having the time of his life, but he's about to die.
He turns. I'm not a captain.
Burgess, you're a medic. Keep him alive. That's all I can say. Keep him alive and make sure that, make sure that we have engines.
Burgess, you can tell that
Burgess,
he is not in his right mind.
If you need an aid, call me. I'll come from the cockpit.
I need an aid.
All right, I'm out of here. Fucking leaving.
Because I don't know about Katrina's
Lieutenant,
situation.
I need you to remain here. Well, I'm gonna remain here with the princess, and you can go help Burgess, I guess, if that's what you're planning.
All right. Let's slow it down for a moment. Katrina, we're going to end with Drizzle before the break. So first, Dolby just said what he did. Burgess just said what he did. Okay. Cherokee, do you stay or do you go?
Katrina, I'm gonna leave it up to you. If you feel safe, I'll go help in the engineering room. If you don't, I'll stick around. I'm just trying to be a people pleaser in this moment. Keep the
I can
heat
handle
down
tall,
in the
dark, and
kitchen.
brooding. It's fine.
Okay. Captain Dolby is standing right there.
I know.
As Katrina's not looking. Scene between Cherokee and Dolby as Cherokee turns from Katrina. And there's a moment. So it's a
I'm gonna give
medium
him a big
shot.
hug.
It's a medium shot between Dolby and Cherokee. Action's on you guys. Go.
Big hug. It's coming. F5G's coming. You're getting a big hug.
It's probably the only contact that I've had since the last contact that I've had from Cherokee Sioux. So I will embrace it. I don't get a whole lot of contact, so I'm probably
What do you guys bid?
starved
And
of it.
what is the narrative that you change?
So I'm going to use our shared trait, Crows of a Feather, and I'm going to try to mend the fence a little bit in this moment and be like, hey, I know I disobeyed a lot of orders, but you did give me some creative liberties. I was just trying to do what I thought was best and not defy you. And I hope you can understand that those aren't the same thing.
Well, we always have an HR manager on these vessels and on these missions. So, it's amazing how many times Space Marines have flown off the ends without a little bit of departmental I guess management. So I appreciate your insights, and if it was all up to me, I'd probably just wind up killing everybody, and what would that accomplish? So I appreciate the check.
I appreciate being seen. And, I honestly have seen a lot of growth. Like, your first reaction is not always murder now. You at least will check in.
Dolby kills you. All right, Dolby, what do you bid? Dolby, what do you bid, and how do you change this? Or keep it safe, strengthen it, whatever.
I bid calm under fire. Like, I know that Katrina is the only way that any of us are going to survive. Because if I had cut her head off, like, I would probably be the one flying the ship. And I'm not a great pilot. I'm sure I could pilot the ship. Went to flight school. We did the things, but it was a weekend course, and so
all of you can technically fly the ship. You can all gain a trait, which is technically can fly the ship or something thereof, preferably one word. I'm going to give that up to you. So all of you went through Marine school, you can do it.
But it was a weekend
Katrina?
course. It's not. You can't do barrel rolls because if you do a barrel roll, you'll just fly into a building or.
Katrina,
You're talking point A to point B stuff.
Katrina, you already are a great pilot, so give yourself a trait that's about piloting.
I have one, but I can give myself another one. I'm happy to take it.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't have to take it if you don't want to. Dolby, as you and Cherokee, whether you say it, whether you see it in each other's eyes or in each other's helms or whatever it is, you communicate this. Is there anything else you three in the cockpit?
I can get you citizenship. If you need more, I'll do it. I'll see what I can do. This is a severe situation, and I don't know what it is that I see in you, and I've killed people who've done less to me.
Yeah, I'm aware.
I'm trying real hard to not do that. So consider yourself safe, and I appreciate, and I see you, Princess.
I'm just gonna pat Dolby on the back and walk out.
Drizzle.
Yep.
Action is on Skip Trace.
After his command, you see him, reach back for Betsy. And so he pulls out Betsy, make sure he grabs Lucille, make sure that connection's firm, and he disconnects it and gets everything ready. Like he knows himself, he's ready to go. And then he proceeds to start rummaging through, he wouldn't rummage because it's going to be more obvious. Like he'll check the bigger cabinets for a weapon stash, because he knows that it won't be like hidden. It would be like a big tray that came out with tons of guns, and it's probably like that scene in The Crow where he opens up that big double door thing and there's all kinds of stupid weapons in there. You mean like this? So he opens up a door and it looks like just back here with all the weapons and stuff on the wall. And
What have you been?
I'm gonna bid that's not a knife.
I love that. Okay. Roll a d4.
It's a 3.
3. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. We'll give it a d4 plus 1, so there's 4. Okay. All of you can look in the book, so the DreadLore core book, or the Into Space setting thing. Into space! You can find what is one of the weapons you want in there. Drizzle, you can as well, but you guys cannot have all 5. You can only have 4. Okay? So, do that as you will. As you start to the engine start up, Katrina, as you start the exit process, Alice Brick messages you, Dolby. Sir, Captain.
Al.
Or actually, she says, Lieutenant.
What?
Brick? Nope, that's Captain.
Captain? You're a captain now.
I'm a captain. Brick, it's good to hear your voice.
Aye, sir. Me and this bug fella, who's quite beautiful, by the way. We're up in the capital. Would you like us to do something?
Well, if you want to come storm the castle with us, come down a couple of levels. I'll send you the coordinates. We're leaving in, I'm gonna say, 8 minutes. We're getting on that clad ship. There's a lot of bad shit up there. There's a lot of cobalt.
As that cutscene, as she looks at Archangel, she says, "I told you so." And Archangel kind of goes, puts his helmet back on. As they start heading down, Archangel can lead them the right way. They will pass Captain Grimm and Lieutenant Commander Coolme. Do you want them to have any sort of exchange? Because it's a bunch of NPCs right now.
I think that's interesting. Would we know that they were passing each other? I knew that Grimm left, and I know they're coming down. I'm going to get on the intercoms and say, we got some friendlies coming in, Grimm.
All right. Cutscene.
They're it's a strange group. There's a dude he looks kind of like a butterfly, or I don't know. I don't know what a butterfly looks like, but I'm pretty sure.
Understood, Captain. As a cutscene will occur, you will not know what happens in it. This will be something with Archangel and these NPCs. Let's see. Angel plus Grimm.
And then I will also relay the information to him that we're taking off in 8 minutes.
Alice will gain some information, so will Archangel. As they see certain things and they hear certain things and they come down, and moments later they enter D's Nuts, which is the ship you're on. Someone is an anonymous blobfish on the Into Space. Hello.
Hello, Blobfish.
Hello, blobfish. I'm suggesting anyone who's on the Into Space.
Oh, that's me.
Google Drive. Oh, it's you. You can actually comment and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh shit! What did I do? So,
Can I use a pip to say that the fifth thing is actually like a laser breacher, like something that I can use to like cut through metal walls? It's not technically a weapon.
yep,
I do
absolutely. You do. And on this
that.
note, we will take a break.
Everybody.
We'll take a break, and when we come back, we're going to figure out what these weapons and such are, or just pieces of equipment. Who wants to lead us out?
Isn't it Jazzy?
Oh shit, that's me.
Do it.
Hold on.
So it's
I
basically
know what I'm
just the
doing.
same thing.
Yeah.
So you
When
need
we come
to
back,
edit,
we'll do the sponsor and all that stuff.
you need to edit the post, and instead of saying yourself, put Drizzle there, because you had originally sent it to me as why it says yourself instead of Drizzle.
Oh,
I think that's why I realized halfway through. I was like, I didn't say Drizzle, and he wasn't on the list, so that must have been yourself.
Yeah.
right.
Into space.
Right.
Spurs. So we have been playing DreadLore, a new TTRPG that rewards immersive gameplay. Tonight's game is Into Space. You heard him say it first. And last. In DreadLore, players use their character traits to gain a bit of control over the fiction. If the task is imposed or particularly difficult, they might have to throw down dice. Introduce the cast. Real quick, I am Jazzi Cabbage, also Cherokee Sue. We have Ken Howl as Dolby. We have Andrea Elliott-Johnson as Katrina. We have Daniel Holker as Burgess. Burgess, question mark?
Burgess.
Max is Silas, and Bill Bunkum are Lovely Arbor. And thanks to the music from Lowercase Letters and Mr. Interrupt,
Lowercase
and our
letters.
Patreon peeps, Nostalgic, Natalia Cline, Tim Roberts, and Daniel Holker. Thanks to Catfire Media for the production and all the visuals you see. Thanks to Replay Productions for whatever they do. Bill, you got anything else?
Nope. We're gonna be back in how long, Ken?
Whenever.
How about 10 minutes?
and welcome back. We're playing DreadLore, a new TTRPG that rewards immersive gameplay. Tonight's game is Into Space. In DreadLore, players use their character traits to gain a bit of control over the fiction. If their task is opposed or particularly difficult, they have to throw down the dice. Oh, no!
Oh, down.
I'm going to introduce the cast real fast. I am Jazzi Cabbage and Cherokee Sue. We have Ken Howl, that is Dolby, Andrea Elliott-Johnson, which is Katrina, Daniel Holker, which is Burgess, Kamala Burgess, question mark. Maxx is Silas, and our wonderful arbiter, Bill Bunkum. Give us Princess Diana wave. Thanks to the music from All Lowercase Letters and Mr. Interrupt, and our Patreon peeps, Nostalgic, Natalia Cline, Tim Roberts, Daniel Holker. Thanks to Couchfire Media for the production and the visuals. Thanks to Relay Productions for whatever they do.
Whatever they do.
What is our sponsor?
Tonight's sponsor is a field outside of Winesburg, Ohio, of dying corn. This field, as a result of 6 weeks of neglect on the part of whoever planted it, is slowly being overrun by Johnson weed. And the chances that it will one day yield an edible crop of corn are slowly being overshadowed by the inevitability that it will one day be more useful as compost.
Fields of Dreams.
I feel like that's me. Okay. As you all listen, everybody else is gonna die.
It is not amazing.
You are a sack of poo-poo. Listen, maize is not corn, okay? All right. Katrina, I got it, Holker. I got it. You're in the cockpit. What are you doing?
I'm starting the ship up, and also, mainly, I'm doing workarounds for, the damage that's still not repaired from what I had, messed up.
What are you bidding?
Seasoned shipmate.
Okay, describe it all. To whoever is in the cockpit, which is Dolby.
So Katrina is, there's some tapping on the, on the console. But you can also see her genetic implant lighting up, as she's sort of, doing the physical stuff that actually needs to happen, and then also doing the, online, aspect of it, in sort of inside the ship systems. Like, okay, and you might actually hear her muttering to herself a little bit, like, okay, so I kind of fried this, this one fuse on the engine, so let's see if I can reroute it, through what, that section or whatever kind of thing. Okay, so not going to be as efficient as I would like, but I have no one to blame for myself for that one, so.
As you hear the thrum of the ship, and you start to take off. Mind you, you're underground.
I was gonna say, who's looking for the garage door opener for this underground cafe?
So while I'm doing that, I am looking for some kind of subsystem that, clearly, or like that would say to me that it helps open up the whatever access there is to the surface.
All right. Since there's been some damage to the city and such, normally this would be automatic, but we'll see if it's screwed up. Roll a chaos die, d6.
Okay.
On a 1, it is screwed up.
It's a 3.
All right. On a 3, that's not a screw up. As you see the automatic ping, boom, as the field above you opens, and the ship automatically angles up towards the sky. You see above you Dolby and Katrina, the whirling mass of the sky, the storm. You see the feeder bands, literally like almost like you've seen in Hollow movies, moving along the sky past the Capitol building at a great clip. You all are not in space, ergo, as the ship does an incline, everything falls off shelves and you have to hold on. So, what are you all bidding to keep your feet?
Grab boots.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
grab boots. That's a good one.
I think we all have them standard issue, so I'm putting it out there.
Grab boots then.
I will bid seasoned because, I mean,
Yeah, you hold on to something. As the rest of you are like, our feet are in place, and the rest of our bodies are like, "Mer." You're like,
So when that
just
when that process
hold
starts
on, like,
happening, when that process starts happening and Katrina realizes what's going on.
well, you're in a
sort of
seat.
muttered-
You're fine.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, no, but what Katrina will mutter to herself is like, "What the fuck? Confucius has watched too many spaceship movies. You don't need to angle the ship."
It's just a thing.
I know. It's fun.
He
Like,
named
no,
the
but
ship These Nuts. I'm just.
Well, no. I mean, like that. I mean, that makes sense though. Like for his character, it makes sense that he would do something like ridiculous like that. But she's just sort of like, "What the fuck?"
If you see the stream, you'll see what the ship is doing. It's erect as These Nuts starts lifting off. Alex, Brick, and Archangel jump on board as
about
you
to say that.
leave. As you leave the two circular mounds of the landing, flying off. You are a penis flying off from the testicle landing pad. That's what I'm getting at. All right. Flying through the air. Moments later, you start to approach the shield, the dome, as it opens up. You hit supersonic about 1.5 miles up and pass through the orifice. Sorry, the shield opening. And you're into the storm. No, you're in the atmosphere in the storm. This storm, Katrina, is pretty harsh. It is a plasma storm. It has 300-mile-an-hour winds that are blowing glass-like objects all over the place. That could severely damage your ship, if not destroy it. As you're going through the shield wall.
I believe that it will be
That's where we
about
start.
350 kilometers per hour for our Canadian viewers.
Is the clad ship inside the shield or outside the shield?
It's inside the shield.
Yeah, it's inside.
So don't we want to stay inside
Yeah.
the shield too?
I feel like you've taken it. I wanted to bid a couple of things.
Yep. What
And
do you do?
You've skipped. I would like to bid strategic, and I would like to relay that information that I have to of whereabouts the clad ship is. I would like to radio Moriarty and saying, "Where's the clad ship?"
As you guys are taking off in this extreme acceleration, Dolby, you start radioing in to Moriarta. As you already realize where you're going, the second realization, this is a getaway ship. It's going into space. It's going into space. You're gonna have to override it and do something to stop it because it's a getaway ship.
That's a pretty
Or they're not gonna fly around the deal. So the actual planned trajectory is pew, and they're going really, really fast to do so.
Can I?
You can stop it. You just have to, you have to do it.
Can I bid a trait that I have to help Katrina?
So you're bidding for Moriarta.
Oh, I can't do it.
Unless you spend cunning. You
I'd
can
like
do
to
cunning
spend
in the
cunning.
cunning round.
I'll spend
So
cunning.
cunning round. Are you doing Moriarta or are you doing something else?
I would probably do Moriarta in the cunning round, and then because I probably
So
wouldn't
as
know
you guys-
because that happens after, I would imagine. Where,
Right. I see. Right. So right as you guys are about to lift off, Dolby, actions on you. Spin cunning.
Yeah. Moriarta, this is Captain Dolby Newman. We are launching
Yes, Captain.
and going after that clad ship on Grimm's orders. Can you assist in locating the clad
Captain,
ship?
we know exactly where the clad ship is. Are you sure you're going to... There's kind of a pause. You know this, Dolby. This is the pause that you have been middle management a lot in your tenure as a Prime Marine, Corps Marine. You know what this is. It's very similar to the pause you had when you were talking to the commander of Neptune Station. Someone who's wondering about their orders, as Moriarta says. Are you going to attack the clad ship?
We hope to board the clad ship. I would prefer not to attack it, if at all possible. I have an idea and some intel on clad ways of programming, and
Okay.
it's a long shot, but I think we might be able to get close enough.
Captain, is this a secure line?
It should be secure. This is the SSA, right?
It's kind of a pause. You hear her talking. You hear a sort of like, as the rest of you cannot hear what this is. Dolby, you're practiced enough to know that she just secured the line. Is Grimm... Are you the one who released him?
I am. What did he... I don't want to know what he did. Did he drop those nukes? Did you drop those nukes? I don't want
There's
to know.
another pause.
It's not important. What's important is that clad ship has a lot of ordnance and a lot of ship on it.
You're
and
on board with this.
That cobalt can't leave the system.
All right. She gives you the coordinates. Katrina, you see them appear in a holographic display in front of you. Dolby, as you hear. All right. It looks as though your ship is called D's Nuts.
How about these nuts? I mean, really.
Right. It is Confucius's ship. Is he alive?
Confucius is not alive.
There's a pregnant pause. As the bad guys go, or the antagonists. Anyone else spending cunning as you guys are starting to lift off? 5, 4, 3.
I'll spend cunning.
Okay, you probably should because you're heading into space. Unless you change it. Katrina,
too.
as you look at the deal, the readout, you guys are going as quickly as possible into space, which is not where you want to go. So what are you doing?
can I spend? I'm not sure if it'd be a narrative point or a pip, because I do notice that the ship doesn't when I'm looking through the systems, I notice it doesn't have like many weapon systems.
Not at all.
But would I be able to spend a narrative point or a pip to say it has some stealth systems?
That is a pretty big ask. So, fate roll. All right, who's fortune? Who's false fortune?
I am gonna say that Confucius basically was a coward, and if this is his getaway ship,
You know what, Drizzle? You know what? You're probably right. It's a good point. Good point. So we'll just sweeten the deal. Go on.
I do know that there's weapon systems on this ship because you said there were weapon systems on the ship, and I think when I gave the order, like this is metagaming. When I gave the order to Skip to look for the weapons on the ship, I think he took the order in the wrong direction. He looked for personal weapons, and I was commenting about.
That's what happened.
Yeah, that's what happened.
So you do know that there are weapons on the ship. They're just not many.
Yeah.
You mean you're talking about emplacements?
Yeah, I think that there were weapons added to this ship. There are some weapons.
Yep. So Katrina, actions on you. Fate roll. Do you have stealth capability or
Yeah, I was
not?
gonna say fate roll.
So who's
so-
fortune? Who's false fortune?
I'll be fortune if somebody wants to go fall.
I'll go false.
Who's going false? All right, fortune. You have a stealth capable ship. What does that mean? You are not cloaked. There's no such thing as cloaking. Well, there is cloaking, but you don't have it right now.
It's somebody else's problem drive.
Exactly. You what you have, if it's stealth, basically the ship is just quiet. It's like a stealth bomber. I mean, you can still see it in radar and stuff. It's just more difficult to see, especially with a whole lot of stuff going on. For example, a storm. It's easy to miss. False fortune. It does have stealth capability. However, it is clad stealth capability. Meaning they can see it. Or they have a much easier time of seeing it. So,
Interesting.
still can work. It's just literally their technology. All right, roll it.
Uh-oh. I rolled pretty
You want
high.
to go first?
I rolled a 75.
I also rolled pretty high, so I rolled an 85. Let's go.
All right. So, Katrina, looks like you have a stealth capable ship. Roll your D6. We'll see if it blows up.
Has a
This is your
hiccup.
cast.
Blows up. That's a 3.
All right. That is not. As you see the sensors sort of like turn into this sort of aqua color. And you guys are in stealth mode. There will be some limitations. We'll figure that out later. But you are muted colors on the radar
Okay.
and sensors.
And as as they're preparing to launch, or as the ship's basically in the process of launching on its planned trajectory, how far away is the cloud ship from our planned trajectory, or from like the set trajectory?
Now, you are doing a lot of sensor stuff. You're doing a lot
Yeah.
of stealthy stuff. This sounds like an action that you've already taken.
Yes.
So what we're going to say is,
Oh.
you can find that out, or you can change your trajectory. So on your turn, you can only do so much.
I see. So Katrina, I'll bid quick thinking to figure out how close the cloud ship is to our trajectory
Okay.
first.
You will get the telemetry from the Defiant, and you know exactly where the cloud ship is. It's not too far away. It's pretty much where you need it to be. It's north of you, about a mile up, and it's heading
Okay.
towards one of the exits in the shield wall.
is it? Well, what I'm asking is, how close is the clad ship to, like, will there be any intersection in the
No.
in the flight trajectory, or okay?
Nope.
But is it
Not at all.
is it close at all?
What are you actually trying to do?
Katrina is going to take
No, you
advantage
can't
of
do it. You can't do it
Yeah.
because your action was to find out where they are. You have to
Yeah.
wait to the player turn to do that.
Yeah.
But I want to know the actual action, and I can tell you what's up.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is take advantage of the fact that the ship is set into a quick acceleration, trajectory, or I should say, scenario,
Yep.
to basically get above the clad ship and then drop on top of it.
Okay. You'll have to do a sort of up and swan dive backwards maneuver to
Okay.
get there. For you guys are going basically central south, and the clad ship is north of you.
Okay.
Right. Okay. Anyone else spending cunning? Oh, Burgess, you spent cunning. What are you doing?
I get my wits about me.
Yep. You have them. You find them. They're labeled.
And I tell Dole,
Yeah. 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 Ah! As he starts yelling.
Dole, this ascent seems pretty forced. I think we're trying to get away from something. Do you mind helping me out?
He turns to you, Burgess. Punch me in the face!
I have lied immediately.
As you punch him in the face. Again!
I do it again. And then I say, that had better work, and I pull out my hammer.
Oh!
And about this time, I walk in with my heavy ass boots.
Now you dropping cunning?
Sure, why not?
All right.
Dole needs strapped down to a table.
Burgess and Cherokee, actions on you. What are you doing?
He's all
Give
hyped
up
up.
Dole's crazy
Lieutenant.
ass. What's the
He's all hyped up.
situation, Burgess? Oh. He's hyped
He's got
up,
a
is
meat
he?
plug.
Spicy guy. He does have a meat plug. I put that there. I'm just gonna go over and scoop him up in all of his craze. It's just like trying to pin his arm to his side. I'm gonna take him back to the med bay. Strap him to a table.
All right, Cherokee, that is what you do. You get it done. Burgess, what are you doing?
I will look around to see if there's any exterior weapons.
Nope, you're in the engine room alone. And is whirring. You see Cherokee like climbing up this metal ladder, one arming Dole, and just by the collar, and just pulling him up.
Well, in that case,
Like a horror movie. He's like, ah!
about the only thing I really think I can do, since he's not there and no one else is there. I'm going to sit here and I'm going to immediately radio if there's any sort of Star Trek style red alert stuff that goes off in the engine room, because that's otherwise no one else would be there.
What's this? You hear a female voice ask behind you.
I turn around.
You see your niece pointing at a big button and like some wires that are hanging down that are all singed as she looks up at you.
That's someone else's handiwork. Don't worry about it.
She looks at you like she's not convinced as the antagonists go unless someone else spends cunning. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The antagonists go. The ship, which right now is the antagonist, starts lifting up. Off you fly into the air as you all fly back with your magnetic boots and such. Player turn. You are on your way, still within the shield. Actions on you guys.
I'm going to administer some Khan's tongue to calm Dole down so he's human again. And then I'm going to look at him and be like, if you can relax, I will get you off the table.
He looks at you. What do you bid, or do you bid anything?
See if I have something. I'm gonna bid. Let's go with cultured bitch. I'm trying to. Oh, did my computer just crash?
No.
Nope,
No.
you're here.
Okay, because nothing is happening on my screen. That's so strange.
You're good.
Okay,
You're good.
cool. So y'all can hear me. That's what matters.
Yep.
So
just
I'm
go
gonna
with it. And we
administer
can see
cultured
you.
bitch to have some bed. Okay, cool. Okay, this is a surreal experience. Yeah, so I'm gonna administer cultured. I'm gonna use cultured bitch to have some bedside manner and just try to get to level with him.
Yeah.
Like you're not in your right mind, Dole, and we need you to and Burgess to be ready if the ship is in any danger.
He grabs your collar. Pulls you close. Although he's pretty strong, but he's nowhere near as strong as you.
I just let him do it though, just like.
As he does, he says, I don't think I'm gonna make it, Cherokee.
You're gonna be fine, dude. Like,
He's all sweaty. You can tell, Cherokee, with your bid that he's had a lot of stems. You've calmed him down, but his body is full of some toot. As he's holding on to you with a strength he shouldn't have. And he says,
how they give you the stick.
Yeah, you realize it as he's kind of disjointed as he says, I don't want to go without telling you the truth.
Oh, all right. I'm always here for tea.
As he says, you can't let anybody know. Do you promise? Nobody.
Yeah, sure.
Nobody.
Not a soul.
Do you bid anything?
Okay.
As in, are you lying? Are you being honest? What are you doing?
No, I have no reason to lie to Dole, so I'm going to use the real truth, and because I am used to keeping secrets and moving freely about the cabin like nothing is wrong.
I knew it was happening. I knew. I didn't do it.
Wait.
I didn't do it. But I knew. The SSA, Cherokee.
You ever heard of
he looked
George
at you in
Bush?
the eyes. No.
The SSA. I'm here for you, Dole. Speak to me.
You get it. You get a pip. That's good. As he says, the SSA, Cherokee, you know it. You know it. You know it to be true. It's failing. Think about how long we've been out here. Think about it. I don't want Soul to fall, but I let it happen. I let them do what they needed to do. You see him tearing up. He kind of looks away. All those people. Josh, as he starts crying. I never told Josh the truth.
I'm just gonna start like petting his head, trying to get him to calm down. What did
Trigger
you mean to tell
warning.
Josh?
Trigger
Oh, no.
warning. I want to die, he says. Just let me go.
Okay, so Survivor's Guilt is really complicated.
It's not Survivor's Guild. I fucking let him lay the mines, and the fucking ship blew up because of me.
I mean, would it have been potentially avoidable if you had told us what you knew? Sure, but ultimately, it probably wasn't. And I mean, you gotta remember, like, as we're a cell, right? We're just like one singular cell inside of a body, and when the body starts dying and decaying, it'll be a while before we know. So, like, if you exist waiting for it to be over, then you will live with dread forever. So, how about
What do you bid for this transcendental craze you spat around? Is great.
I am gonna bid. I wish I would have used saved culture bitch for this because it would have been way funnier. These rolls 330. I'm gonna use street sense for this. I've been around the block.
All right. Bidding street sense. What is Cherokee missing? I'll open it up to the players. Because Cherokee, you are at a disadvantage because you were not here early in the game. Although technically Cherokee doesn't know. Well, he does know, but he was elsewhere.
Awake. He was in
Yeah,
cryo.
what is he missing?
I was in cryo being shipped around the universe.
And ostensibly, if you guys desire, Cherokee can know.
I
It
think
will
he
require
knows,
a pip. It'll require a pip.
I think he knows Burgess, and there was a box incident. But I think he would know some of it.
If someone wants to drop a pip, then Cherokee would have been told by whomever drops the pip.
I'll drop a pip. I would have.
Alright. So what did Dolby cutscene? This is long ago. For you guys, maybe a few
few days.
days-ish, weeks. This is you've been in hypersleep. You've been in cryosleep. When you woke up, Jazzy, you saw that Dole was dying. And you guys had that big old session, this big come to Jesus session. And you, Jazzy, or I should say you, Cherokee, and Dolby, everyone was asleep. You guys were drinking in the mess hall on the Cool Mint, and you were talking about shit. And in that conversation, Dolby told you about Dole. Go.
So I got my suspicions about some of the crew. I know you think I always overreact, and I jump to conclusions, and
Dolby, I'm going to stop you right there. I've always tried my best to validate your concerns and explore whether or not they need to be addressed. So I hope that you feel safe enough to tell me what you need to say.
I put a lot of faith in this guy, and I kind of feel like I shouldn't have. He was on the ship. He would, like, we kind of left, and you remember this. You know, we left Neptune Station to head out here, and there was all that talk of, well, and you know, you saw the burning part of the space station kind of floating off into space. Apparently, engineering was on that ship that blew up, that caused the damage to the space station. But I mean, I saw his love for Josh, and I just don't think that he was responsible for it. I couldn't believe it, you know, because they have such a beautiful connection, those two. So, but it's like the shadow of a doubt. I mean, you know me, like I suspect Dustone was
we're looking
part
at
of that.
optics here. I mean, it's not good that he was there.
Yeah, but I mean,
It raises questions. I mean, I see that.
he loves Josh, and I think they're good together. They're off in deep space, you know. It's like I've never found that in my life.
Yeah, I think we should support it when we're able to, as long as it's not in the way. I completely agree. I just wonder if he would make sacrifices to save Josh. If
I
he
think
could,
he would.
that would potentially put us in jeopardy.
No, I mean, I think he'd do anything for Josh. Just like I think Josh would do anything for him. They, you know, there's a connection there that you just don't see.
Sure.
You don't see with us. I mean, we're Marines. I mean, I think our job is just to kill people. So,
I mean, there's,
you know, Dustone was guilty. There's no question. She was part of that with Ava Cyrus. They're guilty, you know. But
I mean, it's complex, but yeah, I think that there's implications that things are not. The reach of the SSA is not as long as we thought, and we are having to deal with the complications of our, you know.
it was a lucky
struck.
strike. And, you know, one off. Wouldn't happen again. They were lucky.
Go on. As the memory fades and you realize that the Inevitable, which was the name of the commercial ship that exploded, this massive ship with thousands of people that exploded off Neptune Station and destroyed about a quarter of Neptune Station, is the ship he's talking about. You realize, Cherokee, Dole, while he did not allegedly lay the mines on the ship, he allowed it. He knew it was happening.
An active.
He is a traitor. He is a traitor. He is hands down a traitor. By the law, he's a traitor. And you see a ton of it's not survivor's guilt. It's, oh, I let them push the big red button guilt.
I mean,
and I kind of agree with it, guilt, but I don't like the consequences, guilt.
I mean, we can't rebound from. Dole, you put me in a weird spot, my guy. I love you, buddy, but like.
He holds onto your collar. He tells you, his lips cracked and dry. You hear and feel and understand the fear in his voice as he looks you in the eyes and says, "Don't tell Dolby." Players, the rest of you, it is your turn. I'm going to give you 5 seconds. 5.
I already know what I'm
Gonna
doing.
bid.
What are you doing?
I'm finishing my maneuver.
All right. Do your bid and then tell us the maneuver. Skip trace, motherfucker. You got to speak up.
I'm
What are you
looking for the weapons because I was told to find the weapons and we found.
You're finding the small arms weapons, or you're finding the emplacements?
He said weapons, so I was
All
looking
right.
for
All
small
right, you're going
armed
last.
weapons.
Andrea, Katrina, tell us what the bid is and what.
I'm bidding Hacker to change the the trajectory, the trajectory of the ship.
I would like to aid
Yep.
her.
And then I'm
What do you bid?
using, and then I'm okay.
Oh, I would bid technically pilot, which is that trait that you just gave us, and Black Agnes to kind of watch what's happening. To activate
All
Black
right.
Agnes.
Okay. So if you're aiding her, you're just giving her an aspect die.
Oh. Okay.
And then I'm bidding, because I'm assuming there's going to be some difficulty in doing what I'm doing with the ship.
Yeah, I'll give her my grace.
Okay.
So-
What's the die?
It's a D8.
So go ahead and throw down, and you are attempting to tell me the actual intention, and then we'll get to the threshold.
I'm doing that, that swan dive maneuver thing you're talking about to basically drop in on the
Death
On the
from
clad
above
ship.
style.
yeah. And I'll basically go in at quick velocity, but then pull like a retro thruster type maneuver to stall out the ship just before we crash into the clad ship.
All right. Katrina is very good at this. This ship that she has, who has the stats for it?
Drizzle.
What stat are you needing?
Any of them that could give her bonuses.
Oh, it does have upgraded engines, show class, wound level. It does have 2 emplacements, 1 vital spot. There are just the upgraded engines is
All right.
what would help her.
So, the threshold to pull this maneuver normally would be anywhere from the 3 to 5 range, depending on the situation. You have, we'll say 4, that's middle of the road because of the storm and all this. To come down onto the clad ship and to do it with your stealth engaged. So, meaning you benefit from the stealth. We're going to say
Yeah.
the threshold is 6. So it's pretty difficult, sort of a moderate hard difficulty. Threshold 6. Remember all the aid that you get, those dice, and if you want to bid the ship, you can based on what Drizzle just said.
Will I include another one of my aspects as well, like grace?
Yeah. So Dolby is giving you his grace die, or what
Okay.
was it?
Yeah,
Dolby?
grace.
It was
It's a
just-
D8.
Yeah, his grace. So Dolby doesn't have his grace die for this round.
Gotcha. And I'm also bidding Aerial Ace to activate Expert Pilot, which
Yep.
gives me a +2 successes from the get-go.
Good. Because this is a crazy maneuver, you're also going to get a D6 chaos die. So you can
Okay.
gain that success or that 1, whichever one it is. You all
I'm gonna-
feel the inertial forces on your ankles, especially since you have gravity boots. All but Burgess, who has positioned himself in such a way like a roller coaster. The rest of you are like, "Huh, hoo, ha, hoo, huh." That's your body bending in weird ways.
Oh.
You're relatively accustomed to it. Your armor is helping.
That's a total of 7 successes.
As Dolby, you see a feat of piloting, the kind that makes your dick hard. Hey, Katrina, what happens?
So while they're on the direct, what?
So I was just watching what kids do.
Wait, hold on a second. Hold on.
It's just like,
Yeah, you gotta change to the stream so you can see the ship. That was hilarious.
Oh shit.
I mean, it looked cool, honestly. I mean, I'm impressed.
pretty
You did that.
that's pretty cool. Sorry, continue.
Okay. So as the ship is on its initial trajectory going up, Katrina is basically typing on the computer to break the pre-planned flight route. And then as soon as she gets a route cleared readout on the panel, she'll grab the yoke, and so this is actually pretty close to a split S maneuver in terms of the way you described it. So she's banking up and over, and basically the ship's upside down, which is probably going to suck for everybody else for a second, since we're in Atmo. And then she'll do a partial barrel roll to basically right the ship, and then angle the nose down towards the clad ship. And then at the last second, she hits the retro thrust or the retro jets on the front nose of the ship and the back of the ship, and basically just sort of stalls out the ship, and then it crashes into the clad, like it crashes into the clad ship, but like lightly.
I love it. You pass through their shields.
Stealthily.
As you do, you all do not have your shields up.
Well,
there is a spark. I'm sorry. Yes.
I don't think I actually got a chance to bid anything.
Oh, what'd you bid?
Technically pilot.
Yeah. Which means, as you see
to turn
the
on the
scene,
shields,
you see the clad ship.
Can I?
You're coming down. You see the. Yes.
Can I spend a?
You don't.
Okay.
You do not need to spend a pip.
Yeah.
You're doing. This is your turn. It's a player turn.
Yeah.
As you see it happening, Dolby, you realize you're about to go through their shields, and you don't have shields up. Hopefully, this ship has shields.
Yeah. So I'm gonna bid the technically pilot to look for shields and hit
Describe
the button.
how this goes down.
I don't think Dolby sees great, so it takes a second. He like kind of positions his visor like a little bit, and searches around and just kind of runs his little finger down the panel in the general area. I mean, I'm sure they put the shields in about the same area.
They're pretty accessible. They're pretty
Katrina,
accessible.
I think we should turn the shields on. I think this is the button.
You see the ship getting closer and closer and closer and closer.
He's got a bifocal visor.
It's got a little bifocal.
Dolby, you turn on the shields. Now, by the rules that are stated, shields take a long time to do. I'm going to be changing these. However, so we're going to be changing these. So you have bid this. This will be a chaos die, unless you have
here's
some
my
sort of
idea.
shield expert.
I don't.
Here's my idea. So, given Confucius's mentality anyway, he built this ship to get DTFO as quickly as possible. So he did. He had his engineers do a workaround that allows him to get the shields up stupid fast, but they're not as strong as other shields might be.
I love it. What's the narrative point that you're spending?
Yeah, a narrative point. Yeah.
All right. As Dolby, you find this button, and Drizzle, describe where it is and what it does. You guys collab.
So here, because this is D's nuts. So you're looking at the control pad, and it's got all different kinds of little buttons, and then there's one that literally says "Oh shit" above it. And it's a little bit rounder and a little bit redder than all the other buttons, and so you hit the oh shit button.
And the shield's juice.
Yeah.
All right. So you hit the shield button. Yes, Dolby?
Yes, absolutely.
You hit the big fucking red button. Boom. As you guys pass through the shields. All right. Dolby, roll a d6. We'll see if the shields ignite. Do not roll a 1.
I rolled a 4.
Good. So you get a +1. Remember, Drizzle, you should write these stats down. The shields on these nuts with that button can go up in 1 turn, which is extremely fast. Usually it takes 3 turns. Okay.
That stuff wasn't given to me the first time round.
No, it wasn't. We just made it up.
Yeah. It's new.
So, extreme shields or oh shit shields, however you want to put it, they're a little bit weaker. So they are scale 1.
It's a bubble shield.
I'm sorry. They are scale 2. They just do D4. So that'll be 1 down. Okay. Now, Katrina, I do enjoy how you gave it, hey, the shields are really fast, but they're a little weaker. Do you want them to be weaker?
Well, I mean, I'm just logicking out how something like that would work. But I mean, I suppose if they could, I feel like if you could, I don't know, just like logically in terms of, you know, not breaking the universe. It seems to me that if you get up shields really, really fast and they were still as strong, everybody would be fucking doing it. Like, even if it was more expensive, you know?
Which means if they were not as strong, it means it would take energy from the engines, or it would be a higher chaos die or something like that. So, what is it?
Probably a higher chaos die. Like, there's more things that could fuck up with it.
All right. So that means it's a D4 chaos die. But you guys already rolled, so you don't have to worry about it. The shield classification is normal. You guys have a medium ship right now. It's 2D4 plus 1. So it can absorb 2D4 plus 1. Drizzle, go ahead and roll that. As Dolby, you hit the oh shit button. Katrina, you see you all pass through the shields of the clad. Holker and Jazzi, will you roll me 2d12 apiece?
6 is what I got.
Good. That means that that's a +1.
Okay, so the oh shits actually do 2d4, but we get a d4 chaos die, right?
Correct. And right now you're at a +2, so 2d4 plus 3 is what you're at. Go ahead and roll that because you're taking some damage as you move through the clad shields.
On top of...
Cool.
Yeah, roll 2d4 plus 3. Tell me what the total is.
Let me know when you're ready for my numbers.
Jazzi, what'd you get?
2 4s.
Okay, so what's the total?
8.
Yep. Holker?
I rolled an 8 and a 1 for a total of 9.
All right. We're going, since you beat the chaos roll, we're going with the lower, so 8. What'd you get, Drizzle?
2d4 plus 3 was 9.
All right. No damage. Your shields take all of the damage as you pass through with a +1. Good job on Ken, because otherwise your shields would have failed because it would have gone to limbo. Your shields buckle almost, but they stay up. As you slam into the clad ship with a clang, you all are going to have knee problems as your feet are magnetically sealed, but your body's like, but you're Space Marines, so you're fine. All right, top of the round, you have slammed into the clad ship. It sort of went, it did this sort of like, ooh.
did we resolve the weapons? 'Cause
Not
I was
yet.
still-
I'm sorry, I keep on forgetting. Go on, tell me.
Well, because I was searching for the weapons, and everybody was supposed to pick a weapon.
Yep. What'd y'all get?
I used a pip to get the laser cutter. I'm calling
laser
it a
cutter.
breacher.
Would be very good, especially right now. Maybe have like a little dial. You can be like, and now that's blast doors or its skin, whatever.
Yes, that. Right now, I'm writing that down.
I'd put a trait on that. Little, okay, put that back and forth. I can use this multiple ways. What are the rest of you?
I feel like there'd be a tactical nuke on here. Is that wrong?
Yeah, there's a tactical nuke. Absolutely, they have one. Of course there is. Why would there not be? Okay, you see, it's sitting there in a duffel bag with a timer. Why not? All right, listen. Those of you that have to go, specifically the ones of you that are silent, tell me what the fuck you've got on the weapons.
On the weapons?
Yeah.
Oh,
Drizzle, go. Tell them what they're supposed to be doing.
Because before we took the break, when I started searching for the weapons, he said everybody look through the weapons, and everybody but me got to pick one because we found 4 weapons. But then Jazzi Cabbage threw down a pip to find a 5th one, so I guess that puts me as having a weapon as well.
Yep. and
No,
you
so
can
mine
put
isn't a
pip
weapon.
too, Drizzle, if you want.
So rather than like taking one away from somebody else, because I already have 2 weapons, I chose to take a not weapon as the 5th option with my pip. So that way you're guaranteed a weapon as the person searching for weapons.
And
Took
so
one for the team.
I found a refill from a fire gun.
Oh,
Ooh.
All right, roll a. Actually, you don't have to roll shit. Yeah, you find a refill. At any point, you plug that shit in, boom, your stuff goes to 100%. However, is that a nuclear explosion kit?
no. Nobody can see this. Don't give away our stuff.
I can see it. Yeah, I can see
I mean, you can see it.
However, I can see it.
Yeah.
However, Hulker, when you use the recharge, it has a D4 chaos die. On a 1, it blows up. Actually, no. I'm going to make it a little bit more complicated, okay? Write this down. If you are at 10% or lower, it's a D4 chaos die. Otherwise, normal chaos die. Granted, if you roll a 1, it blows up. Because argon, if you guys don't know, argon should never, ever, it is one of the most stable elements. It should never burn. He has a flamethrower of the most stable element. He's like Mother Teresa, like imagine, okay, doesn't matter.
It
Andrea,
matters a little.
matters a little bit.
All right, and with that, I have to go.
No, you give me 4 minutes, motherfucker.
All right.
It's hilarious.
I choose a portable missile launcher. It's like an RPG-7 type thing, but like whatever the equivalent is.
All right, look at it in the core book. And Drizzle, you
I
have
can't.
one as well.
the space
Use
equivalent
use
of
the end of
sawed-off.
space.
What'd you get?
Space equivalent of sawdust.
The space equivalent of a sawed-off
Yep.
is
Okay.
what I'm using.
Andrea used
As
the
the
into
wor-
space PDF for the
Yeah,
weapons.
I
Well,
can't.
she's
Well,
on her
that's
phone.
why.
Yeah,
she's on the phone.
3d6
So,
plus 1 damage.
I have
got a
3
medium-
minutes with Burgess.
It's
I got 3 minutes with Burgess.
Go, do
So, Burgess, top of the round. World. Your niece. Your dead niece. Becky. Do you remember her last name?
Helmus.
Helmus Ray.
That's right.
as you see her messing with the wires and they're moving. She's like pulling something out. Uncle Burgess, what? Why aren't you helping me?
Step away.
It's in there.
What's in there?
She looks at you. Weren't you listening? You never listen as she digs both arms in, elbow deep, and she's pulling out wires and stuff. Sparks.
I actually physically remove her.
How?
I grab her arm, and I move her back.
What do you bid?
I bid my fate, which is the Fool.
Are you bidding it as a fate, or are you bidding it as a normal trait?
As a normal trait.
As you bid the Fool, you pull her away. You do so easily. She's like 80, 90 pounds. As you slam her against the wall, not realizing you haven't dealt with someone this small and fragile in a long time, as she is obviously hurt.
And I say, you could have killed us all.
She looks up at you. Why did you never listen?
Listen to what?
Can't you hear it?
No.
As she looks at you with, these eyes that she's got tears going down. And she looks over at the hole in the wall. It's in there.
What's in there?
She keeps on looking past you.
Where was it before this?
You see her just shake her head. She kind of cries like a 15-year-old girl, and runs past you out of the room.
I say to myself, you better be real.
Last moments.
I go over there and peek in, see what's in there.
Burgess, as you look in to this crack, this scarred point where a plasma strike hit and burned away the wall and the armoring of the engine, you see on the inside, deep in there, a construction yellow thing. It looks rubbery. It looks foreign. That's been maybe snuck in and stuffed into the engine.
I touch it.
As you touch it, it's gummy. As you realize, being who you are, it is an explosive.
I radio to Captain Dolby. I say, Captain Dolby, there's explosives on the in the engine.
What, soldier? Are you being real right now? Is this one of your hallucinations?
No, my niece was my hallucination. This is real.
Do you know how to disarm? Disarm?
Burgess, as you look at it, you
I have
see
a giant fire
written,
gun. I don't think it's going to help.
You
Yeah,
see
definitely
written,
not.
You get a pip for that. As you see written across it, "Long live SSA," and there's an emblem that's reminiscent of La Resistance.
Is this open comms?
We can't see this thing unless he tells us what it's on it.
Burgess, what we might do is if we're successful, we might just let the ship go. Unless is anybody here on this ship? I'm gonna radio everybody. Bombs expert. I think we might have a stowaway bomb.
Burgess, you read that it says T4. It's a T4 explosion or explosive. It is the kind of thing that saboteurs are known for putting in.
I have some experience. Remember, I set up the explosions on the aqueducts going into the town.
Join Burgess.
Yeah,
on
you
the,
probably have used T4s.
Join Burgess on the engineering deck.
All right,
On my way, sir.
Burgess, as you turn away from this, you see Skip Trace coming down, and you kind of black out. All right, Holker, thank you for showing up, man.
All right. Until next time. See y'all later.
See ya.
And thank you to our sponsor, Dead Cornfield in Ohio.
Yeah.
As
I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom.
As Skip Trace, you come down into the engine room, you see Burgess kind of shake his head. He's responsive. He is an NPC. But you can tell he's distracted. Something's happening or happened. Maybe it's something that happens to Burgess. You don't know. This is something that you guys get to mess with, and Burgess does as well. What is this psychosis? All right, world action. Skip Trace, you are already down in the engine room. Fine, world action. You guys are on the clad ship. Awesome. Katrina has slammed you guys into it. In the world action, before cunning, before bids, before anything, player talk. I should say character talk. You guys have comms. You can immediately start talking. This is in the world action. I'm play testing this. A little bit of table talk. Go.
I'm going to turn
Can't
my
take
comms
actions.
off.
But you can do stuff. Go.
Okay, never mind. Sorry.
We may be able to use this on the clad ship if I can get it free from here.
Well, I do have a tactical nuke. If all goes wrong, we got plenty of explosive, but it would be good if we had an escape. I think that's important. Fix it.
I think we need
Jazzi-
to blow the ship up when we're not on it, and I'm just going to pipe in randomly, I guess.
Jazzi, I was going to say, I didn't mean to shut you down. You can do whatever you want. If you're going to shut something down or do whatever, go ahead.
Sure. So, in that case, let's circle back to the thing that I wanted to do after we kind of handle, essentially give me a separate dialogue scene with Dole when there's a good moment for it, so that I can do that.
I love it. We'll do that. Are you guys cool with me us doing it now, or do you guys want to have a back and forth between you two?
This explosive can do damage inside their ship and shouldn't, if we place it right, shouldn't affect us on the outside on this ship.
Yeah. I mean, it would be great to conscript this clad ship, but I don't know what we're up against. So plan B is to blow the clad ship when it's safely into space, and use this current ship to fix the cool mint, because I like that. I like that fucking ship, and I want it back, and maybe this ship will repair it. So good idea. Good idea, Skip. Let's see if you can salvage that explosive device.
It would also be nice to have a diversion. If we get onto the Clad ship, we can blow up our ship, and the Clad will think that other Clad will think that we are gone.
Right. Well, I think the goal is to take this Clad ship and send it back to Seoul. It'd be a big get for us.
Cherokee, what is the scene that you have with Dole?
So I'm gonna slap the shit out of Dole, backhand style.
Roll me a chaos
Get him,
die.
like-
You're a big man.
Oh fuck! I didn't.
Do you
think
hurt
about
him? Do you hurt him?
that. We'll see. I hope not. Woo, 3. Okay.
All right. You hit him.
Because he's hysterical, correct? From the last
Yep.
scene, he was hysterical.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna slap the shit out of him to get him back center. Okay. All right, now that I've had some time to think about it, it's not about what you did, it's about what you do. I'm the only one that knows I don't even know what to call that, so we don't have time to address it. I'm gonna put that to the side. Do you have anything to do with the explosive on this ship?
Do you cut your comms?
I spent a pid to cut my comm.
You don't need to. You already said so. I was just wondering if you did.
Oh, I forgot about that then. Yeah, thank you.
You're good. You're good. He looks at you. All right, fate roll. We'll find out. Jazzy, what would you prefer? Tell us fortune.
Fortune is that even though the optics are terrible, he has nothing to do with this, and he's just been guilty since the incident with the other ship. And that's kind of what's been leading him to feel like he wants to unalive himself, is that all of the guilt built up from that.
Can I be, and Will, you're gonna hate me for this. When would he have had the opportunity to have placed this on this ship? Because he was unconscious when we brought him on, and he has been just in medical bay and when we sent him down here.
Well, so the last time it was about what he didn't. It's about what he knew and didn't do anything about. And this seems very similar to that situation.
Okay, so he knows about it, but he didn't actually play it. He's not.
I'm not assuming. I'm trying not to assume that that's what it is.
Listen, guys, it's a fate roll. This is where we're melding the narrative. You both get narrative points. Exactly. How can it work? Well, he knows what the Clad does. You know the Clad are here? The question, Skip, would be, obviously he cannot do it himself, but he would know, he would suspect heavily, of course there's a contingency.
Okay.
That kind of thing. Okay. So, when Ken gets back, we will make this. What are you eating, Katrina?
What's cookie?
Is that a cookie?
Yeah.
I want a cookie. All right. Who's fortune? Who's false fortune?
What were you fortunating for?
Dole.
Jazzy, tell him.
So we're hoping that with fortune that Dole has nothing to do with the bomb. He knew nothing about it, and he's just been guilty since the last incident, and he's looking for an opportunity to right the ship, so to speak.
That is fortune. False fortune is Dole is what's called a Clad spawn. He's not actually part of the Clad, but he's you find in his footlocker a MAGA hat.
Yeah, kill him. I mean,
You find out. that he hates guns. Okay? He wants there to be no more guns in the world. You shouldn't have the right to use them.
Shoot him into space.
You find out that private property no one should have. And also that he has a MAGA hat.
Not building a
If you live in the woods, if you live on your own land, you shouldn't be able to own your own land.
real
All right, I'll roll false fortune.
All right. Basically, Andrea, if it's false fortune, he's a coaster, and he's a MAGA person.
I thought we were all MAGA people. I mean, wouldn't we get along? I'm pretty sure that Dolby's MAGA. I mean, not like MAGA, but like fascist.
So what you're saying is that he's indoctrinated into what has turned into a cult and not a political party?
The Clad.
All right, roll. Who's obviously the Clad?
Who's fortune?
I mean, yeah.
Who's fortune?
You're the Clad. I'm the
Ken,
Clad.
you want to roll?
We're all Clad, dude.
I didn't roll anything.
No, I was
Alright,
asking
Drizzle,
if you wanted
roll it.
to. Okay.
I was to say, I didn't think I could roll it, so I just
Roll it.
think
Hoo-hoo-hoo.
Would y'all get?
As
I got a
fortune
76.
did not do as good as Andrew did earlier, but I got a 98.
ooh, spicy.
Dang.
That's fortune, right?
Yep.
Dang. See, I
had
told you it was
nothing to do
good.
with it. As you see his eyes light up, and he tells you, Jazzy, or he tells you, Cherokee. Oh my God, oh my gods, as he would say in this. If the Clad are here, there might be a bomb. And if there's a bomb, because they always have a contingency, if there's a bomb, they can remotely detonate it. You have to find it. As
Okay,
you
so
realize he has no idea.
this is great information. Thank you for sharing. See, this is the kind of rebound behaviors that we're looking for, buddy. I'm just gonna like pat him on the tummy, and then I'm gonna turn on my mic again and be like, "All right, so
my meat plug! Oh,
yeah, it was like rib cage. I'll use a pip. I forgot about the meat plug.
you don't have to use a pip. You just do it.
Fuck, I forgot what I was saying.
Indeed.
Oh.
Plug.
Sir Dalby, the bomb is potentially, well, not potentially, it is remote detonatable. Since it is a La Resistance situation and it seems to be Clad related, we need to get that thing off of here because we don't know when they will detonate it.
Well, if they detonate it now, it'd probably hurt their ship. So, I mean, we'd die, I'm sure. But,
At least Burgess for sure.
yeah.
And I guess Skip is there too. So
I think Skip
Yeah.
is
their
on it.
men's, they're pink mist.
Skip. So we're gonna need you to move quick, or something.
I'm on it, sir.
Katrina, are we locked down on this ship? I mean, this ship on that ship.
I mean, we're locked on by gravity, yet it's not like this ship has any docking clamps like for that.
Yeah. Oh. You have any ideas of how we can keep the ships connected?
Is there anything that could do that, Will, on the ship?
I'm not going to help you with this.
I don't
There's
know.
a
I
potential
can't answer
spin
something that I
this
don't
bomb.
know.
Make it
mean,
up.
Yeah, I think that's what narrative points are for.
I think you know far more about aerospace, Star Wars, science fiction than I do, and Halo.
Okay, but like,
Could I spend
fine.
a narrative point saying
This is
that
between you guys. This
that
is you guys.
Katrina did such a good job of piloting that she kind of wedged the feet of these nuts
That you can.
into
That you
the metal of
You got a
the
little
ship.
wedge. Cool.
Got a little wedge going.
Yeah. As you go. Whoong.
All right, I'm gonna do some intel on this clad ship.
All right. This is the world action. Ergo, the bad guys are going first, and
Can I
they
spend
do.
cunning?
I'm spending
can.
cunning.
Yeah.
I would like to use Silas.
All right. You will have to drop cunning to allow Silas to go.
Let me look at my sheet, make sure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. And
Hold on.
is Katrina dropping cunning as well to act or no?
Yeah, I will.
All right. So it is your all's turn.
So, guys, this is on comms. I think there's a bomb. Skip Trace is on it. I'm gonna put a hole in the ship underneath us and try or find an airlock. But I'm gonna get out of our ship and onto theirs. Whoever is coming with me, now's the time. Archangel, I don't know what you're.
I'm there.
I don't know what you're looking for. Brick, suit up, and I kind of forgot you were here. I don't know why that is, but let's go, Brick.
Alice walks into the cockpit. You see she's fully donned. In the fuselage, you see Dolby. You see that Archangel is there. His wings are down. Alice is ready. She's got like the big gun, or she has actually a normal rifle. She does not have a skip trace gun. And she's like, shh, shh, let's go. You hear the intercom go.
Burgess, you're with us, and Katrina.
He starts climbing up.
You don't have to come, but it'd be nice if you did.
I mean, close quarters combat's one of my specialties, so I'm gonna come.
Good to know. Well, let's try stealth
So-
first.
Yes, that was my next question. I have a breacher, so if you wanted to get real spicy in here, I can just cut a hole in the floor, and we
Alright.
will just surprise party show up in their doorstep.
Sounds good, Lieutenant. Let's head towards the airlock and off the onto their ship.
I am gonna turn off my comms again real quick and talk to Dole and just be like, just stay here. Relax. You need to think about what you're going to do next. When you feel like it, go back to engineering. But stay here as long as you need to. And then I'm gonna put my stuff back on and leave.
Okay. I'm going to bid rock and roll to see if I can find the remote detonator and disconnect it on this yellow piece of plastic explosive.
All right. So, in the cunning round, which is what you guys are in, you all decide what point you act. It all happens at the same time, but you have the mobility, the versatility to say when it happens. Are you doing that right now before everyone's off the ship?
Yes.
Okay. So, let me pour a little bit of this whiskey really quick.
I need to go get another beer. If is this
You probably should get a beer for this.
is this something that I'm like need to start drinking real quick for?
Dope.
Yeah, you might need to drink for this.
Is there a momentary intermission that's occurring right now?
Oh no,
I mean, he's getting a beer.
he's getting a beer. Can I describe my cunning round?
Yes.
I would like to bid fucking moon dance, which is my
Oh
ability
man, yeah.
to
Fuck yeah.
move around pretty quickly.
It's like my favorite ability ever.
To dance over to where the tactical nuke is, and pick up the bag. And can I spend a narrative point that there's a dead man's, because we know that Confucius is not afraid of hitting the button, so that there is an associated dead man switch with the nuclear, tactical nuclear warhead.
Of course there is.
And I pick
yes, of course there is. You have to describe what the switch looks like now.
It's a dildo. It's in the shape of a penis.
It's a penis and a
it's yellow.
and you have to be like,
it's yellow, and the way it's activated is that you shove it into something.
oh. Yeah, that's good. All right. Katrina, you see Dolby running around with a dildo. Like a big yellow dildo.
And a big duffel bag.
Where were we? Skip. You attempt to disarm this bomb.
Yeah. Well, I'm
right.
trying to disconnect the remote detonator.
Basically, does everything explode? So, all right, you're messing with it. Alice Brick is with Dolby, as is Archangel. Where are you three, Dolby?
I'm by the airlock with Brick. I guess we're getting ready to step
Cherokee.
off.
Cherokee, where are you?
I'm on my way to the airlock. I left Dole in the med bay.
You are basically walking up behind them. Katrina.
Yeah, I just start, I assume they probably, put my gun somewhere, in the lockup. So I go and retrieve my gun from the lockup. And
Is that where her gun is?
I don't think we
didn't.
I'm gonna spend a pip
really
and
talk
say
about
that
where
it was
her
supposed to
weapon.
Skip.
It's probably in the
So
cryo.
like Skip got it on his person. Since he was watching her, it would make sense in my head that Skip abducted, took the gun away. I don't know what word I'm looking for. I was like, oh, thank you. My brain doesn't have brain.
Katrina, perfect. Jazzy, good usage of the pip as get it back because you don't need to spend it, but very good usage of it. Katrina, you know that Skip has your gun.
okay, so I, walk up to Skip and sort of stick my hand out. And, can I have my gun back, please?
Sir, can I give Katrina her gun?
Lieutenant?
I mean, yeah. I mean, if she's gonna join us on the raid, I think we need everybody as armed as possible.
That's me handing it
Okay.
to.
So Katrina, what that means is you've gone down into the engineering. You are in engineering with Skip as you see him disarming a bomb.
I am going to spend a narrative point to say, I'm going to wait till you guys get off the ship before I mess with this in case I don't do it properly. I will catch up to you guys.
All right. As the exchange happens, Cherokee, you did spend the pip, but you got a pip for it being so good. That's what I was saying.
Balance, I like it.
That's right, baby. As you're all in the airlock, it opens up. Of course, it's an airlock on your side. On their side, it's just the hull of their ship. In like a little nook. So, unless
It's windy.
Katrina was really precise, and there is an airlock there.
I mean, there wouldn't be an airlock there
Yep,
because
it's
I
all their
wasn't trying to
fucking
let,
ship.
yeah.
You see armored plating.
Yeah, it looks like we got to make our own hole.
Alice looks up at you, Dolby. I mean, we've got some detonation, some explosives.
Yeah.
Perhaps I can get through this.
Unless you think we can hack our way through an airlock.
She
I
looks
just
up
pull
at you.
out my. I just pulled out my breacher. It looks like somebody. It looks like if somebody described a chainsaw to someone that had never seen a tree. So it's just kind of like vaguely chainsaw shaped. I think I can make
love
an
it.
entrance.
Roll a d6. This is your chaos die.
Oh.
Can I assist?
Yeah. How do you do it?
Well, I'll wait. Or I'm gonna help him with lifting and moving because we are in Atmo. So, and there's a storm happening. So,
Yep. What do you bid?
I'm gonna bid crows of a feather.
I love it.
Ooh.
I still
And what do you give
struggling.
him?
I'm gonna give him my brawn, which is a D12.
God damn.
Yeah.
All right, you get a d12 in addition. Go ahead and throw down.
So it's gonna look like like those videos of the deep sea fishermen, like really struggling with the
Yeah.
It's all Dolby's gonna be behind me, like holding my waist, pulling backwards, trying to keep me grounded.
So the threshold is 5. Basically, you're gonna get through, but you got to get at least 5 successes to get through. So go ahead and roll. This is your turn. It is a cumulative thing. This is called a skill test. So you're trying to get 5 successes.
Hold on, I'm
Basically
looking for
holding
my
him
stat.
steady while he's doing his thing.
So
You're-
action
you're
and
pushing.
2 brawn is essentially what I got, right?
Yep.
Okay,
And any
we do that roll.
abilities, proficiencies, or ninja gear you want to bid on top of that is fine.
I think I want to see where the dice take me because I want to be able to get out of limbo.
Yeah. I love it.
Let's see. Oh fuck yeah, let's go. A 9, an 8, and an 8. So it looks like 2, 4, 6. Was that 6? Am I mathing
That's
correctly?
6. All right. And what was the threshold?
5.
5.
All right. Clean success. As what happens, you two?
I
Okay,
study,
so
I study up Cherokee Sioux.
And I'm
You
gonna
got
look at
this.
everybody else, be like, all right, stand real tight. I'm just gonna cut a circle around us, and we're just gonna cartoon right to the ceiling, baby.
You hear a shrill. It's like cutting a plate with a knife. High pitched, just resonating as you move through this hole. Ting! Your cutter, your breacher, is depleted. Cherokee, you notice that the 2 D4 batteries are completely done. So it takes
Okay.
2 D4 because it deals 2 D4 plus 1 damage, by the way.
Okay. Yeah, what's my pen?
Woo! All right. Beyond, a porcelain purple hallway that looks like a hemisphere, so it's a barreled ceiling. It's rather low for you all. The clad are typically shorter than Zens. They're like 5'5", 5'6". It is luminescent. You're in the middle of a hallway, so it's this awkward angle. As you move in, the ground is spongy looking, but it is metallic feeling as your boots clink on it. Immediately, you hear a chime of what you recognize is an alarm.
Well, let's
Skip
find.
trace.
Go ahead.
Yep. So you see me, and I'm looking at this yellow block. I'm going around because I just half a day ago, a few hours ago, set up some remote detonation explosives. So I'm looking at this and I'm trying to figure out how close it is to what we use with the SSA, to figure out what the remote detonator is, and is it like C4 where I can just pull the detonators out of it, or if they're hardwired in and I have to cut them. But I'm trying to figure out the best way to remove this detonator from the C4, the T4, and get the T4 out of here.
As you're looking at it, you see that it's rather simple to pull the detonators out of it. But you also realize, bidding your trait, which is what?
I bid rock and roll.
Someone has the remote and you don't know who. Literally at any point, that person could push or pull or whatever to make this explode, and they haven't.
Right. And so I'm trying to remove it.
Describe how it's done.
So I see it, and I notice that it has 3 prongs, which are just pushed into the T4. But there is a 4th prong in the bottom, which is actually attached, like it goes into it. It's not the same as the other 3 prongs. So first I slowly pull out the 3 prongs, the electrodes that are in it, so I can pull those 3 out. And then as I'm looking at the last one, it looks a little bit more complicated. I need something to cut the wire as opposed to just pulling it out, because it's maybe attached to something farther in to the T4, which is probably the bigger explosion. So being down in the engineering room, I will look over and see if there is some sort of tin snippers or a wire. There's got to be a wire cutter in here. And so I'll get it and I'll use it to snip the 4th copper wire that goes into the middle of the T4.
You do. Roll a d6. Now, here are the stakes. On a 1, it blows up. Now, you've disconnected it from the main explosive, which you've designated is just deeper into the engine. We'll say it's like the fuel cell. So it's not like literally a bomb. It's just it's a small detonation that will detonate the fuel cell itself. Right? That's what's going to happen on a 1. A surge, boom, it pops the fuel cell. What will happen is you will take a lot of damage, and the engine room will take damage, but the ship will not explode. That's false. That's mishap.
Don't roll
That's
a
a
one.
3.
Yay!
All right. As how'd it go? You hear over your shoulder. Burgess is there.
It is the remote detonator has been detached. I can get the explosive out now, and I may be able to use one of our SSA detonators on this, so we'll have control of it to blow it up at a later time.
Dolby, you hear this message. You, Katrina, Alice, Archangel will stay in the airlock. In Cherokee are in the clad ship. Whoom, whoom.
I think they've found that there's been a breach. Let's see if we can head towards the bridge.
There's a broadcast. You all make sanity rolls or bid to resist this, as there's a broadcast on you from the clad ship.
Does it affect me on the other ship?
No.
Okay.
I'd like to bid voiding it, which is a trait
Yep.
I have.
Drizzle, when you get a chance, roll a d10 and a d8 for Alice.
I
I'm gonna
bid.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I bid Regal Presence.
Two
Okay, so
successes
I'm gonna
for
use.
Alex.
Ooh.
Go on.
I'm gonna use full of piss and vinegar because I am ready to
I love it.
kick some ass and lead the way, door kicker style. So I'm gonna get up front with my. I'm gonna use my hammer in this situation. I don't want to blow a hole in the ship.
All right, so you guys are at a an end, and there's only one way to go. Cherokee runs up front with his hammer. Is it a he for Cherokee?
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
Yeah. It's,
So I'm gonna say he, but nobody knows. Okay.
And I
Unless
will
you want
never
me to use
correct anyone. So it's like some people call it. So I'm an ambiguous looking person, like clean shaven.
Should the arbiter say they or he?
I think that a mix between the two is
All right.
fine.
D.
As you see them up front with a hammer, and the rest of you are far behind, or just behind. This sound wrecks down you. It reverberates down your intestinal, your fucking testicular fortitude.
There you go.
Your
So
heart,
it's a good thing we're wearing pea suits.
your pea suits protects you. But you hear in multiple languages, many that you don't understand, but some that you do. Stop, please. Remove your armors and your arms. We come in peace. Please stay. A representative will be with you soon. Actions on you guys.
Cool. I would like to make a bid.
Can I press 0 and get a representative now?
Operator.
Yeah.
Can you remove me from your call list?
Amazon is the quad. You're fucked. All right, Dolby, what are you doing?
I would like to make a bid, hide in plain sight to, I see that there is maybe just a shaft or a dark corner, and I'm just gonna an air vent, gonna rip the air vent off, and I'm gonna push the tactical nuke into the air vent and then replace it.
Yep, you do.
This is just This is just more conspiracy. The Clad is evil, and they just want to steal our souls. They want to destroy the SSA. Don't buy their lies. Let's find the bridge of this ship and take it. And this ore belongs to the SSA, and we're all gonna face a multitude of them trying to indoctrinate us into their radical fascist socialist agenda, and we won't succumb to their propaganda. All right, let's move forward, team.
All right, Cherokee, you're up front. Katrina, you're just behind. Dolby, you're there. Alice Brick is there. And yeah, what are y'all doing?
Sweeps, doing the four corners, like every door frame. We're working our way to the bridge. Is that what it's called? Where the captain is and all that nonsense?
Yeah, bridge.
Cherokee,
yeah.
Cherokee, what do you bid to do this?
I am gonna use. I can't read my handwriting.
Good.
I feel
Close quarters combat. Because we've done this kind of tight quarter situation in the past. Actually, no. Hold on. Rephrase. Because I want to save that for later. I'm gonna use fuck it up. Like we know what we're doing. We know how to kick in doors, check the corners, and get out.
I'm gonna bid Black Agnes to kind of give a direction to, like, I'm gonna oh, Cherokee, one sec, and I'm gonna look at a panel to the side and kind of see if there's any indication of like a map or a way to find the bridge.
Really quickly, as you guys go down a couple hallways, you realize it's not that it's a maze, it's just a ship that you don't really know. As Dolby, you look over and you see a panel that you feel like you can actually use. Here's the caveat. Do you know how the Clad think? Do you know their language? If you do, that's fine.
I don't think I do. I'm pretty
gonna
sure
use a
I
pip.
don't.
I would think it'd be considered a form of like heresy to know the Clad's language, but
Unless-
that's
You all get a narrative point
background.
for realizing that. All of you get a pet,
And my
including
secret-
Drizzle.
My secret primer background that I can't say anything about right this second, particularly, but I would probably know.
I love it.
Like I would say, like rudimentary. I could read like elementary level reading.
All right.
All right.
Well, I'm gonna use my like strategic. Check. Look at this panel. It seemed to have some indication of kind of stuff.
As you guys know, Jazzy, you know how to get there from this map. You know how to read it.
So I'm not exactly sure what that says, because I mean, why would anybody know how to read Clad? That's heresy. But it seems like if I were gonna, hypothesize, I think it is this way. And I'm just heading north down the hallway that we walked out of.
Go on.
I was gonna say I bid Netic to be doing like a localized, trying to hack into their comm systems or like internal comms.
All right. As you
and-
bid Netic,
Go ahead.
go ahead and throw down. It is currently a threshold 3.
That'd
Can we-
probably be wits, maybe. I don't know.
Can we bid Silas
Yep.
to assist her? Or-
If you want.
We don't need to.
Oh, I forgot. I bid Silas forever ago. I didn't do anything with it because I was
No,
going to do
you did.
exactly what Katrina is doing.
Oh. Cool.
Oh,
So that's
So maybe y'all can work together because I didn't even remember to do anything with that. Is that cool? Like, team up?
sure,
You
but I got
probably
4
will
successes.
not need it.
so-
I don't think we need it.
Yeah,
You probably
I got
not
4
need-
successes, so I'm good.
Yeah, I would
Never
save the
mind.
bid for
I never
Silas.
Yeah,
called
let's-
on Silas.
Yeah,
let's
I would,
save the
I would
bid.
save the Silas.
Oh yeah, and I got a 10, so I can get my Netic back.
Nice.
He said,
As
"Hey,
Katrina,
Silas," and then forgot.
Yep.
as Katrina, you tap in, it seems, to their network. You start getting data.
Probably the same problem, right?
There's been no resistance as you guys are moving up. Cherokee, you have 2 floors to go up. There is, of course, a lift. And there are also Jeffrey's tubes, meaning
Alright, I'm at this-
you can climb up ladders.
I'm at the skedaddle.
No, you can't get out yet, motherfucker.
Why?
You got 12 minutes.
I told you 11, not 11:30.
Well, give me 12 minutes.
Fine, whatever.
Moving quick.
There's been
I
no
think we need to
resistance.
take the elevator.
No,
Alright,
we
take the
let's
elevator.
take the Jeffrey's tubes. They'll catch on to us. They'll know. If we just take the elevator,
Dolly.
they'll trap us in.
Dolby.
It's
Okay,
all
now we're here.
automated. It's all automated. We need analog.
I got 11 minutes. What do you guys
Those
do?
tubes are so tight. All right. I'm going to use Dancing Bear to get up the fucking ladder. Let's do it.
You guys start going up the Jeffrey's tubes. Katrina, you're behind. You're connected. You listen. You can't connect to the clad and then bounce. Okay. You owe me 11 minutes. So as you guys get up there, you get to the bridge. There's a panel. Who's up front?
Me. Is this something like you're talking like a vent cover, sort of, so to speak? Like a
Up to
panel
you.
like that? Okay. I'm not I'm catching on that this is kind of weird, so I'm not trying to destroy anything. So I'm going to try to do this as cleanly as possible. And just kind of like
Lift it open. Skip trace. Go on.
I was gonna say, Katrina. Now that she knows that she's in, she'll actually send like a little message into the system that says, "Would you like to play a game?"
What game would you like to play?
Would you-
Immediately responds.
Would you like to play a game?
Let's play a guessing game.
Tic-tac-toe?
What's the game?
The game is, can you guess where I'm gonna blow up your ship next?
The answer is yes.
Where are we gonna? Where?
And the first time, Katrina, there's a pause. Skip trace. You feel, you don't hear it, but you feel the push and then pull of a vacuum seal in the ship. It's the feeling of like an airlock opening and closing. And then you hear up top, something's moving around.
Okay. Have
Quickly.
I pulled the T4 out already?
You have.
Okay.
The ship disengages. You feel it.
Okay.
Wow.
I am going
good.
to climb up the ladder as quick as possible and
And
pull
you
out
see
Betsy.
a thing. Katrina. You have your answer. What do you do?
Yeah, Katrina says, how about we make a deal?
No deal. All of the lights turn off. As Cherokee, you open up the shield, the panel, boom, and you see this large egg-shaped room with all sorts of hollow panels and bridge configurations, and you see all of these humanoids turn with these orangish eyes and glowing patterns on their person, as not all at once, but it sort of flickers and then dies. And you guys hear the vastness of this area and movement in front of you.
I would like to spend cunning.
I
I
also
would.
like to spend cunning.
Yeah,
Katrina sends cunning too.
I will
Also,
as well.
Skip Trace, you can spend cunning before they take your ship and fly away.
Oh, yeah, I will spend cutting it like when I hear the
Right.
stuff.
All right. You know, Skip, I'm going to leave you to last because I want them to know or not know if they have a way home.
All right, no, that's fine.
All right. Katrina and Jazzy and Dolby, it's on. Action's on you.
I'm gonna lead.
Katrina. Oh, go
Let
ahead.
me. You can do things, but let me. I'm gonna announce our presence, and I'm gonna bid quite a few things. Is that okay?
Yeah, it's your turn.
I would like to bid rethink to activate my authoritarian presence. And I got a little speech I want to make. I know you think the SSA is a warring entity, but we're the good guys in this, and I've come to make a deal. So I've been given full authority to make this deal with you guys so we can avoid conflict. Who should I talk to? Who speaks for your ship?
So, it being your cunning round, they can act at the same time
Sure,
or after you. So, they will be acting with you.
sure.
Okay? So, this means that they are acting at the same time you all are.
Yeah.
You hear a voice. You're not sure if it's in your helm, if you're in your HUD, or if it's spoken. And you sort of feel it in your armor, like almost resonated by the ship itself. You have infiltrated our ship.
This is our ore.
You see before you, a good 30 feet, a flash of heat in the form of a sword,
You could fight me.
blue.
And I hold out my dead man switch.
As many of these swords appear. From the glare and the gleam of them, you can see that they are defenders of the people that you saw before. There's four of them.
Are these La Resistance?
No.
Or these are clad. So
Oh, yeah.
I'm not here to fight, and you guys will win. I'm not fooling around that. But ultimately you'll lose, because if I die,
You won't sacrifice yourselves.
oh, you don't know me.
You are selfish beings.
You think we are selfish, but you need this cobalt. I propose we make a truce, and if you give me just a percentage, a small percentage, everybody can just go on their way.
You see the 4 swords,
Or
aka
we could all die.
Hellions, aka Hellions, step back, kind of relax their pose, and a singular person seems to walk out. This person is tall, 7 feet perhaps, white, just alabaster skin, almost like a doll. This is a humanoid. You would guess perhaps a man at first, but then you realize it's androgynous. There's wearing like a toga of sorts with blue eyes, azure eyes. Keeps a distance from you all, but stands there looking at you in the darkness. Speak.
I've been given orders, and the orders are not to fight the Clad. That's not the orders that I was given. My orders are to get this cobalt distributed back to the SSA. I really don't care about the diplomacy of this planet or really anything on it, but I know that conflict here could potentially end if we just split the resource.
I propose an idea to the room. We are not going to be the only ones that show up here if we don't resolve this now. Because if we don't solve the problem, the SSA will send more people to solve the problem later.
And we don't want that. We want to just walk away. We got a
We
ship.
have heard this. We have heard this before. Not
who?
as it holds up its hand. It holds up its hands. It holds up its hand by the SSA. Not to say we disagree with you. It turns to Katrina. You have used the sacred element. Many are on their way.
Oh, that. I sure did. And they are, including my family.
She doesn't speak for us, but she's done an asset for us. I can guarantee you that we could work out a deal to make this end, and I can take some of the people that have made this planet difficult for you with you, because I see this planet is full of your people. I see the workers, the enslaved workers on this planet are dissident groups of law
They are
resistance.
not our people.
I'm just going to turn to Dolby and be like, you literally just assumed that this one person is like all brown people.
No. I mean, I know that the factory workers on this planet are associated with clad groups.
The resistance.
I know.
Yeah, for the out of game, the clad are like the white people, by the way.
Oh no, I know. I just was like saying you're generalizing, like.
Yeah.
There's some connection. There's some connection there in the story. I've run across your resistance leaders, and I don't.
Dolby, what do you bid with this diplomacy?
I will bid.
And Cherokee, how do you aid him? For you two having this debate, this clad person, Alabast, as he is called,
Thank you.
they are called, watches your all's discussion. What is the discussion you do? Katrina, do you join in? It is obvious
yes.
they're watching you.
Yes, but also no. Katrina, while they're having a verbal conversation, Katrina will message to the network. You should also factor in that this deal will include the Telmus Corporation, who has a much deeper interest in the region than does the Sol System Authority.
You do so.
We
We need
don't-
logistics anyway.
we don't need cobalt like you guys do. It's helpful to power our ships, maybe to manipulate some social situations here and there. But for the most part, I believe that the lack of communication between what's going on here will disrupt the flow of cobalt, and that would be bad for you. And I realize that you need it.
You're the first of your kind who have come to us to speak plainly.
This universe is a big universe. So why do we have to fight at every single corner when the reality is I'm sure you guys want to be left alone?
Katrina, you get a message. What are your terms?
My terms are simply cooperation within reason with the Sol System Authority, as well as using Telmus Corporation as a mediator.
The Telmus Corporation is the Sol System Authority.
We are not. We are.
You might
we
as
work
well
with
be.
them. We operate within the Sol System Authority, but we do not obey all their rules.
You're not their head, but you're their elbows.
Perhaps, but sometimes the elbows move when the head doesn't realize it.
What do you offer beside them? They offer a cooperation.
We offer logistics.
What do you mean?
Well, we already have an established trading schema in this area. We can help
So
improve
does
the efficiency.
Ramada.
That's true. But Ramada does not have the backing of the Sol System Authority, and therefore does not have the ability to move as much product as efficiently as does the Telmus Corporation.
Are you their operative?
No, I am their heir.
Why do you consult with these?
Unfortunate circumstances, nothing more.
Why do you consult with these?
Because they have threatened me into doing so. And
Why
because
do you consult with these?
rephrase.
You sound desperate.
I'm not desperate. I am making the best of a
Communication
bad
shuts off
situation.
as this person, Alabast, looks at you without missing a beat. We will agree. Talking to you, Dolby.
Good. We will agree too.
I'm gonna use elite and kind of like subversively use my fame/face to like seal the deal for sure. Like they will recognize me in a subtle like oh shit, and be like, okay, fine.
You're gonna have to describe that more.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna jump down to Alabaster and reach out a hand. And then, like, as I jump down, the voice that was the red sword probably would recognize my face. I mean, my family is a very elite primer family, and there's some lore and history there between the clad and the elite humans on Prime.
Dolby, you see Cherokee walk up. What does and clasp hands with Alabast. Katrina, what does Dolby see you do?
Does he see me do? He doesn't see me do anything. Katrina just sort of looks like she's standing there, no more or less normally. I mean, he might like if he had the right angle, he might see that her netic, implant is lit up, but that's about it.
As Alabast walks up and looks up at you, looks slightly down at you because he's about 7 feet. Clasping your hand.
Ramit is on the way. So is Telmar. And I don't think either one of us want this world to become a bloodbath.
We want nothing of... You see it searching. Alabast searching for the word. The violence of your species.
I know we're not necessarily the most logical beings, but if the Soul System Authority sees that there is a figurehead in place and that cobalt flows back to the SSA, this planet will be forgotten.
You hear, Katrina, what can Talmar shipping do for us? Ramada and the SSA can do just as good as you propose. With greater security for us. How can you benefit us?
I can benefit you because, unlike the SSA, I have nothing against your kind.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean. I have nothing against the machines who think.
Tell us in plain words.
I have nothing against the artificially intelligent.
Katrina, you may bid or throw down to know what just happened.
Oh, I'll bid Tech Mage. I like that one. Yeah, that's good.
Skip Trace, you hear this entire conversation. Katrina, you know that this conversation was broadcast to somewhere nearby, but you don't know to whom. Skip, as you come up, you see before you what looks like a space marine, a knight. It's about 6.5 feet tall, clad in this sleek armor with a sword that looks similar to Dolby's, but not quite as deadly. And a gun on its back. As it turns, there's one walking into the cockpit. As it turns and looks at you, it hesitates. You notice.
Stop right there.
You see it click its sword. It alights with a blue and white energy. It's not attacking, but it is ready.
Okay, with that, though, I really want to go.
Yep, yeah, Katrina, thank you very much.
See you guys. See you next week.
Yep.
Yeah,
Night.
great job.
He sees me with my right hand reach behind and grab Betsy, my big gun, and pull it up. And then with my left hand, I reach down and grab Lucille. And I'm like, if we want to go, we'll go.
You see him kick the door, as the ship, boom, you feel the inertia pull off, and he starts towards you, and that is where we will end. Does Skip Trace get the ship back against these two or three?
So
Or
did
not.
I only hear Katrina's and Alabaster's conversation?
It's up to you. Dolby and Cherokee, did you broadcast your conversation to Skip Trace?
I'm not a
probably
tech
did
savvy
not.
person, so I'm almost always on wide open chat.
So they probably heard it through Cherokee, but I was talking through my little speakers.
Yeah.
I think I got a goal, a minor goal.
What'd you get?
Have someone follow orders.
I haven't made it.
You can use that.
My
next time.
major-
Yes.
Someone followed orders. So my major goal was to de-escalate Katrina.
Oh
Nice.
yeah, you got it. You got it.
That's
Okay, so we
nice.
picked up 2 team goals.
Yeah.
So that puts us at 28.
Woohoo!
And my major goal was to infiltrate the clad ship.
You got it. You got it.
So that makes us 29.
So what does that all do?
It's 1 experience and 1 pip for a minor goal. Is that correct?
Yep.
And you get 1 cunning
So-
back. Or
Yep.
no?
And 1 breath.
And 1 breath.
Okay, for a major goal, you get all of your cunning, all of your breath,
Mm-hmm.
and everyone, including you, gets a pip,
Mm-hmm.
and then you get 2 XP.
Okay.
Was your Jazzy? Was yours a major goal or a minor goal?
It was a major goal.
Okay,
So
so
everyone gets a pip. Jazzy, you get 2 XP. You get all of your
Okay.
cunning, all of your breath back.
How many experience is it again to the next mastery rank? 3.
3.
3.
So once you get over that, cash it in. Every 3, you get an advancement of any
I think
kind
I
you
might
want.
be at 3 because I think I
Right.
got 1 last time.
Yep. So advance on the next montage, which means next game, or do it now and then you've advanced.
do it. Yeah, I would do it if you can think of with an advancement. You can add an ability or upgrade an ability or add a proficiency or add a trait to one of your ninja gear. You can also add just a regular trait, but to be honest, with an advancement, a regular trait's kind of like the low rung, like because you can do a regular
with
trait
pips.
with having 5 pips. Yeah.
Sure. And then also, we're starting to get into end game. It's getting to the point where we need to be narrowing down our cornerstone abilities. What is it that we use that's our kaboom?
So, sometimes
but
this
also-
is a really great after hours conversation, and if you want, we can go ahead and do our readout and take a short break and do an after hours.
Yep, let's do it.
Let me go back to my mouse is off.
Back to the basics of things.
Basics. All right, come back. And we'll do like a good 20-30 minute after hours, and then we'll be good.
Into space, DreadLore.
And to space.
There we go.
Into
My mouse is trying to play dead. Okay. So, we have been playing DreadLore, a new TTRPG that rewards immersive gameplay. Tonight's game was Into Space. In DreadLore, players use their character traits to gain a bit of control over the fiction. If their task is particularly difficult or opposed, they might have to throw down.
Throw down.
Throw down.
Sanity roll. Throw down. So I have been Jazzi Cabbage / Cherokee Sue. We have Ken Howl, who is Dolby. Andrea Elliott-Johnson, who is Katrina. Daniel Holker, who is Burgess, Burgess question mark?
Burgess.
Maxx is Silas, who was not here tonight, and our arbiter, Bill Bunkum. Way. Thanks to the music from all lowercase letters and Mr. Interrupt and our Patreon peeps, Nostalgic, Natalia Cline, Tim Roberts, and Daniel Holker. Just in case y'all didn't hear it. Thanks to Couchfire Media for the production and the visuals, and thanks to Terrible Productions for whatever they do, and our sponsor, Weird Dying Cornfield in Ohio. Bill, final thoughts?
We'll be
He's
back in a
gone.
minute.
Bill's gone.
We're talking about moderation chat.
Moderation.
I heard you.
Because you got those fancy headphones.
Yeah. I rolled in real quick and I spouted off a bunch of bullshit, but it doesn't matter.
Oh, I didn't even hear it.
I heard you saying stuff, but it was in the middle of trying to figure other stuff out. So
It's all good. It doesn't matter.
washed away.
Got washed away. So what happened tonight? Anything fun? Anything relevant?
Are we back?
Yeah, we're back. It's happening.
Hey, everybody.
We back, baby.
in it.
Welcome to After Hours. Yay.
After hours.
After hours.
This is where we talk about stuff that happened during the game and generally other stuff, depending on
You
what
guys
kind of
talked about all that
rant
shit
we
out of game.
get.
As in, like, off stream, you told all the tea, and now you don't want to say anything. It's all fucking safe and shit.
Yeah,
Fuck.
We did. We said
Talk
some.
the real shit. You got
We-
nothing to say.
We got real
No, the real shit.
before.
The real shit
Let's hear it.
is that we're all very happy that the
Oh my God.
story is moving.
Forward.
And
Oh my god.
there's a chance at redemption for Katrina. I think that she was able, the way that you, okay, I'm trying to figure out how I want to go about this. So the way that you set up the situation was beautiful. I loved
Yes.
that she was
That was
coming
very
out
good.
of cryo and in a crisis, and that without a beat, we were unintentionally showing her that we cared about her by jumping into action and trying to save her life. And so her being in this weird liminal state, kind of in purgatory, and her seeing this happen, and it also reducing, the threshold of her role. And then, like, the flashback situation with us being able to, like, all kind of give a nugget to, like, I honestly, I saw the energy change from the start of the episode to where when she woke up, the energy was completely different.
You did that very well, Will. Very
Good.
well.
That's called the Masters in Manipulation.
And also, like, I gave her that deal in the bar forever ago against Dolby's orders. I was like, hey, we need somebody to ship all this stuff around. Why don't you be our person? But it got kind of, and I realized that, like, a lot has happened since then, so it got kind of buried. And I think that her being able to interact with that individually, she was like, oh yeah. But I don't want to speak for her, but it seemed like that was something that I noticed, as she was like, oh yeah, I can have some agency over my story again.
But that was
And I thought-
Dolby gave her that same spiel on some of those episodes you weren't there for. I mean,
I didn't know that. That's funny.
that was on the table for and really we tried to put her in charge of trade, and then I think when we killed Confucius, that's when Katrina kind of flipped and said, I can't trust these guys. That was the turning point, even though there was some suspicion with when we killed Dust Tone, but I mean, she didn't have context for that, so.
Well, I mean, that's the challenge, is like, she didn't have context for about 60% of the things that she was viewing as, like, impulsive, like, acts of violence. It's like, I mean, there's a lot of buildup here, and you have a lot of intel that she doesn't. So it's like, you kind of had to make a choice there.
One of my favorite things about this episode is that we didn't do any of that. we did other things. That was what was Drizzle, what was your favorite moment in this episode?
I'm not gonna lie. I liked the very ending. The fact that it puts me as a character into a tough situation.
Yeah.
Tough.
because I know that over open comms that you guys are trying to negotiate, but here are two people who are actively taking the ship, and it's just me
One
against-
in the cockpit. One you saw went into the bridge cockpit.
Yeah,
I only showed you two.
And
But
where was
You're coming out
Burgess?
from the engineering. There's one right there. There's one going in, and there's one in the actual cockpit. So there's
in all
actually
fairness, but I knew this was coming at the beginning. I think this is another alleyway situation where I'm about to fuck shit up for everybody.
Yeah, I kind of got that feeling too.
And I was like, oh, Will's throwing a cog in the machine. Let's see how this goes.
Wrench in the.
I
Yeah.
absolutely feel that. Like, what is Skip gonna do now? How's he get-
Burgess is there too, though, right? Like, it's not just
No.
you. You have Burgess.
No, it's just me. It's me and Dole.
Dole and you.
Because Burgess went with
Where's
you guys
Archangel?
because
In the
Archangel
airlock.
was in the airlock. So technically he could be there, but
Yes.
Yeah, Archangel could help. Will he?
Who knows?
well, he
It's up
did
to
let
him.
the three of them walk onto the ship. So
Yeah. So what I was leaving for, this is why I don't NPC. That's why I don't NPC player characters, because there's always this. Well, I would have blah 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 blah. It's like, look, if you're not there, you're not there. And so I have you with the purple dildo hat, and you do the thing that your character would likely do. Archangel is not the stopgap. He can't be because he wasn't there.
Yep.
yeah,
He will likely be either. I'll leave it up to him. He'll either be somewhere on your ship investigating, or he'll be somewhere on the clad ship investigating.
right. Not in the airlock where they would have walked by.
Right. Right.
I'm just gonna say this. Their lightsabers were blue.
That doesn't mean anything. You can be a good guy and have a red lightsaber. It's fine. But
Their
my
lightsabers are blue.
lightsaber is blue as well. I mean, if that makes you feel any better.
Will says no.
Your lightsaber's blue. I thought it was orange.
No, it's blue. It is blue.
It's a blueberry.
Yeah, static blue. Shield static blue.
Oh, I did not know that.
It's all blue, true blue, baby.
Yeah. It's a good episode. I felt like a lot happened.
Did some stuff
I
happen?
felt like we were working as a team. You said did some stuff happen?
Yeah, no, I was just messing with you. What about you? What was Cherokee's? How did Cherokee feel about all this madness?
I am so impressed with Dolby trying to negotiate. That character growth is super cool because it's literally spitting in Katrina's notion, in the face of Katrina's notion about you, that you don't have the capacity to do something like that, and you literally did it right in front of Katrina. So I'm interested to see how that plays into her image of Dolby.
Here's a question I have for Kim.
Okay.
How honest is that negotiation?
Well, if you know Dolby, Dolby does have a tendency to lie, but I think that Ken is fulfilling the mission. So the mission is, it wasn't necessarily to unseat the powers that be. It was to get
The ore back.
the ore coming back. So unseating the powers that be just was an additional thing. It had to happen because they were traitors. So they don't have the negotiation. Clad, apparently there's an armistice with the Clad. We're not at open war with the Clad. So there is leeway for Dolby to negotiate. And, you know, I have a lot of intel that if I live and get back to the SSA, that could change the tide of things for the SSA.
Okay, I was just curious because Dolby has, like you said, he has lied a lot. I didn't know if this was a tactic to get them on our side and then betray them later, or.
I mean, there's
or
always
if
a
it was
betray them
honest.
later. I mean, that's part of. I mean, maybe not this year or next year, but I mean that Dolby knows that the Clad are bad and evil, so like that. You know, him living at this point is actually pretty darn important because of the intel that we've acquired from this planet. And truthful or not, you know, if we can get some of this ore to start being shipped back to the SSA, it's good for us. The
All of you are.
SSA.
I think at this, I think at this point, it might occur to all of you. Maybe you decide what you know of systems outside of the out of the Sol system. What you know of these other groups. What you've experienced. You have experienced a different reality than what is taught. You remember, you guys just came out of boot camp. Re-education. It's not your first boot camp.
Okay.
Now, granted, that's been 10 years ago for their time, but your time, it's been a few months, a few weeks of like feeling. When you started this mission, literally from Earth, from Prime, they have experienced about 11 years. It's 11 years ago. Okay? For your perspective, it should feel like the spring. Maybe a month or two ago. In that time, the intel you have, each of you, just the experience you have is gold for a lot of people. And it's the worst, it's dynamite for some people. You've seen shit. You've seen real shit. Each of you is a liability to some. There's the question that might appear in your mind. You guys might be euthanized when you get back.
Oh, absolutely. It's how we deliver our intel that is key. And you know, it's about delivery of intel. and I think that Dolby's experienced and the crew is experienced enough to being able to say it in a way that
you guys have done this before.
Yeah.
You all have gone through that process. This is not your first rodeo. Especially you three. There's not your first rodeo. Alice Brick,
Right.
if she makes it back, you better coach her. Then again, there's this question of this is I'm trying to sow discontent.
Right. The
when you get back, the political statement the status quo of the SSA, literally, when you get back, assuming you live that long, will be 25-ish years after you left. They literally could have different leaders. You could come back being like, hey guys, here you go. And they're like, you're fucking bigots. And you all literally have experienced this, because when you got back from Whisper Base, it had been 40 years. This is say for Skip Trace.
Yeah.
For Dolby and for Cherokee Sioux, you guys came back war heroes, but it had been 40 years. And you were not war heroes. You got sent to re-education for doing a good job. And you know that, and you know it right now.
Well, I think the thing that's interesting for me is, like, as the primer and this like elite band of people, that I probably know I probably know something about how the world really works, and more so about, like, I don't think Cherokee Sioux has ever been worried about the SSA and like their longevity, their place in the SSA, like, they're hiding out. That's what they mission hop and keep being, they're avoiding something. So I feel like the relationship between the Clad and primers will probably not be as secret as it is now by the time we get back.
Well, there's an armistice. I vaguely remember that. Or,
Well,
Oh, that's right. You got intel, didn't you?
Understand this. You guys are the Vanguard. As far as you know.
Yeah.
As far as you know, aside from the Ansible, which is a thing that, seriously, there's like 4, and that's it. Okay? Like, before Katrina mentioned it, it is theory that is like magic. It doesn't really exist. It's a very select few people that actually have an Ansible, meaning communication takes time. So the Ansible breaks that down. That's the reason that when Andrea was like, hey, I want to have an Ansible, I was like, okay, it's very limited. Do not depend on the Ansible. Okay? It takes about 4.5 years to get a message back to Prime. So, as far as you all are concerned, it may not be true. As far as you know, you are the Vanguard. So what you know is what Prime knows. But when you get back, elections have already happened a couple different times over. That's the conundrum.
Sure. So our story should shift based off of, that is why Dolby speaks the way he does, because if you've ever experienced a fascist society, the ground is not the ground. So you speak in kind of double speak, and you have to lie, because that's the only way to survive.
A mission of truth. It's, you tell somebody something they want to hear, but you keep the part that is going to get you in trouble to yourself, and you just kind of keep skirting around that edge until the questions stop.
I think that Dolby's story that he's made up, essentially, is pretty solid. And I expect that there will be questions, but I also expect that if we come back with ore, that it's unlikely that we'll be reprogrammed, for one, or less likely, at least. And I think that's a goal. It's not enjoyable to be reprogrammed. I don't think that, I think if Dolby wouldn't go back if he didn't think he was going to survive, like, I don't think that the SSA would murder him no matter who's in power, because he's an asset and there's a purpose for who he is.
is the suicide. We're the Suicide Squad.
Yeah, we're the Suicide Squad.
That it's
Oh yeah.
I think that's exactly it. The idea that I'm sorry, Drizzle, what?
Oh no, you go ahead. Say what you're gonna say because I'm going on a different tangent.
I think it's something that you all can figure out is, or you already know. Despite the politics, you serve a purpose.
Yeah.
Until you don't.
Sure.
I mean,
You
that's
never
how
know
it
what that
works.
is. It works until it doesn't.
I wanted for a second there, and you got into the clad and started negotiating. I wanted us to be completely evil, and be like, "Hey, they have not received ore for 10 years,
Yeah.
so they are only expecting this amount of ore. If you work the employees this much more, then you can keep that extra." And you send what they're, like
It was
the
a
whole
wrong take.
work the planet harder so you could get the excess and just send back to them what they were originally getting to begin with.
I learned from that interaction. I learned that it was a wrong take. I mean, that I suspected that these were all clad people, but clearly they're not. A lot of them are SSA people, but a lot of them are the resistance, and the resistance is clad that swooped in to help out the SSA people. But one thing I know about the clad, or at least I learned from Gostrom, and the reason we didn't go in shooting, is that they're pacifists. If we, when Katrina, and Dolby doesn't know this, but when Katrina basically threatened them, I was like, oh fuck. and I'm sitting there with a dead man switch. I mean, that's suicidal right there.
Yeah.
But it's a thing that they understand, but it's a dead man switch, because if I didn't have it, they probably would go ahead and kill us anyway.
Well, they actually respect it.
Yeah.
So what I was trying to go for with the clad is they do not speak in doublespeak, meaning they are lawful. They have a code. Now, when they're dealing with people that are insidious and duplicitous, like you all, they still have their code. They'll lie, of course. They'll prevaricate, they'll deceive, of course. But they themselves present a specific thing. And they're not stupid, they're not ignorant. They know that the SSA is what the SSA is. And listening to Dolby, listening to Cherokee, listening to Katrina, it's obvious. Oh, one hand, like, you guys are not a united front. From their perspective, that's what I was trying to show, is
Sure.
They are hearing the dissent. And
Yeah.
that's why it should be obvious they infiltrate your ship and are doing what they're doing. They're not being duplicitous. They're playing your game. They have actually told you what they want. But if the SSA is going to be what they know the SSA to be, which is a bunch of people that are really just going to take advantage of you, then they're going to treat you like that. That's not to say that that's what they're doing. I'm saying that that's the end goal. Like, if you know if somebody is, if there's like a group of people that you can't trust, they're always going to try to, mess you over, stab you in the back, blah, 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 blah. You can't trust any of them. They all have different allegiances. You treat them that way, right? The Clad have their own idea. So, on the good sense, Katrina is telling them one thing, and they're negotiating with her. They're saying, "Hey, look, you don't have a strong position." She's like on the air, and they're like, "No, you're not. We're not stupid. Like, we're not idiots. We know that you're just a person on the ship. You came off their ship. You're some heir to Telmar? No, you're not. If you are, then this doesn't make sense. You're duplicitous. Also, you came off their ship, so you're betraying them. The Clyde are not stupid." They're like, "Wait a minute, aren't you on their team? So you're betraying them. Well, why would I trust you? You're a turncloak. You're a betrayer. You're a liar." And that's why they shut off communications briefly with her. So they listened to Cherokee and Dolby, and they're like, "Oh, you're being more sane than we've heard from the SSA. That's interesting. Okay, well, we're going to take advantage away from you, unbeknownst to you, without threats, and that's why the ship is being taken from you." From the Clad's perspective, it's eliminating factors of deception. And so when you guys realize, assuming that Skip Trace does not murder the shit out of everyone that has assailed your ship, which is probably what's going to happen, but assuming that what they want happens, you'll make a real deal. And they will hold you to it. And it will lead to not just you, because they don't care about you guys. They're like, "Okay, you all say this. What about the Defiant?" "Okay, tell them to stand down. You can say whatever you want to us. Tell the big ship to stand down, and we'll believe you. And if that doesn't happen, we'll destroy you all. Because we say what we do, and we do what we say. You all are liars, and we're not stupid." That's who you're dealing with. You're dealing with a real enemy. They're not stupid. They are naive to a degree which you can exploit, but they're not stupid. So when Katrina's like, "Haha, I'll deal with you," blah 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 blah, she's hoping that she can manipulate their greed, but they're not human. They don't care about the greed. What they care about is you do what you say. And what they see from Katrina is she's duplicitous. And she's like, "Oh, right, Telmar, you're duplicitous." She looks at you guys and she's like, "We know you're all duplicitous. You're bloodthirsty sons of bitches. Like, we're not fucking stupid. Are you going to do what you say?"
And I wonder what they
And then
actually
you
think
guys
about
get there.
Cherokee Sue, though.
Yeah, I was
That's going to be awesome.
I was
You're
not,
on the bridge.
that was the one moment that I think Dolby was like, "Are you talking?" it was like,
It's true.
it was like, "Okay, that's cool. You can do HR on the ship," but I Dolby took offense to that a little bit because we need to show a united front, and it was like
that conflict.
I have been a little too laxed on the on some of the authority in the ship. I mean, maybe that was just one too many.
Well,
I
I think
don't
what
know.
you're dealing with is Dolby has a goal. Cherokee, I think, has the same goal, but Cherokee has a code. And I think Dolby's code is similar, but not the same. Which is why there's conflict. And hey, check it out, guys. That's the game. There will be conflict. If there's not conflict between you guys, I will make there conflict.
Why would we?
There will
do
be
it?
conflict.
So I mean, Ken, like, I like it because I'm definitely a drama queen. But Dolby was like, nope. And like, is there going to be any repercussions for that? No, because he's used to Cherokee, and Cherokee has a purpose and a use, and you know, they have a bond and a friendship. But you know, it did put us all in a little bit of danger. I felt, but I still have bargaining tools that we can use. I mean, there's a lot of moving parts.
Well, the thing is that Dolby is a big fucking liar.
And it's hard for everybody to keep up, for sure.
He's 100%. He's a fucking liar. Now, I, as the arbiter, know that. I know that the reason that Dolby is doing what he's doing is, and tell me if I'm wrong, he has a mission, and Dolby is focused. He's like, motherfuckers, we're doing the mission. He's trying to go. Do the mission. Don't get distracted by this bullshit. That's Dolby. It comes from experience. And I think that Skip Trace understands that. And I honestly think that Cherokee Sue understands it. It's just that it seems that Cherokee is still willing to empathize. Dolby's not about empathy. Am I wrong?
No, I don't think that's incorrect. And I think that's like, I think Cherokee Sue is the last remnant of Dolby's humanity.
Yeah, Cherokee represents Dolby's morality and his humanity. I mean, it's like, this is probably a stretch, but, you know, Superman and the Flash. The moment that the Flash goes down, that's it. Like, Dolby needs, and he doesn't know it. Maybe he does. I don't know. He needs Cherokee, and Cherokee's humanity is super important. And then you have Skip Trace, who actually has a lot of guts and humanity and all these things, but he's constantly trying to negotiate the rank. That's awesome. That's a cool story. That internet, we could be like, are we gonna have a picnic? Are we going vegan? Are we going pepperoni? Ugh! And we throw you guys in, and there's a story.
Yeah.
Like, that's a story.
So I compared Katrina to Battlestar Galactica's what is it? Baltar?
Baltar.
And I was like, oh yeah, that's it. That's who Katrina is. And I Drizzle didn't know Battlestar Galactica, but I feel like you know,
Yeah, Baltar, he lives.
Yeah, he lives. He's a liver.
He's one of the most interesting characters.
Yeah. And does anybody take offense that I started calling Katrina Princess?
I mean, you're giving her a title. I don't think you're condescending like a Southern man or something. You know what I mean?
No, but I mean,
There's a difference.
There's a reason.
She literally has this trait. She is literally a Martian princess.
But she actually is. I was like, is it a jab or is it not?
It's kind of a jab.
Is it?
That's the point of it. The reason why I started doing it is because, like, that's why she's not dead. It's because he finds something endearing in her, like a kid. I think that kind of helped. That scene that you threw it and you compared Dolby to her father, and I think Dolby's kind of like the father of the crew a little bit. I think that you know, you got to make the hard choices when you're dad. You gotta punish a little bit sometimes.
I wish I could have gone back and changed my description of that. Instead of morphing, it would have been like a flicker of him over top of the father. I think would have been a cooler one. Afterwards, I was like, darn it, thought of that too late.
That was so good. That was really good. Were you guys on the same page for that?
Huh?
I
just picked up on it.
That
I knew where he was going, and when I laughed, he knew that I knew where he was going.
Yeah.
So,
I think it's something you brought up, something about our, the relationship between Cherokee Sue and Dalby. I think that the thing that Cherokee does for Dalby, that's not just like, humanity, like, it's the economy of effort, right? Like, Dalby, I see that Dalby has a mission in that he's focused and that he wants to get this objective done. But a lot of times when I look at the board, I realize like we can get from here to there faster if we approach this situation slightly differently. And so, like, I feel like a lot of times I'm not trying to, like, work against you so much as I'm, like, redirecting. Because I knew that if we didn't seal the deal in that moment, what I was concerned about is if I didn't do some, like, secret elite seal the deal shit, I was worried that it would go south anyway.
Sure. I mean, I thought
it seems like it is.
I thought that was a really quite an interesting moment. Like, I think you revealed something to Dalby that Dalby didn't know. I think your anonymity was kind of what saved you, and so by stepping into the light, your character is gonna really, not from Dalby. Dalby's not gonna attack you, but like I feel like that could bring some real trauma to the future of Cherokee Sue.
Yeah, that's kind of when in that moment I felt like it really was the only way that we were going to get out of there with an actual deal.
We're still in there though.
I mean, we've got a deal made. Is my point. Like they because I know. And then that's the thing is it's like I know that they say what they mean and they do what they say.
Mm-hmm.
So like if we can pigeonhole them into a deal, then they're gonna do what they say.
So there were moments, and this is rehashing some old conversation that, yeah, I'm not gonna say it. What do you think is next? I mean, because there's a lot of moving parts, and I think, I don't know if we should table talk about this, but in my mind, there's a lot of fires on fire and moving parts, and it's like a chess game, like how to navigate through this next phase, because we're at the table, but we're at the precipice of war, and I think we address that. Shit's coming with the class.
You got the wild card, bitches.
No, I honestly agree that this is definitely like the leading act to a very major conflict. Like we are pretty much in that situation of like the powder keg. And I honestly hated to step out of that shadow like that I've been hiding in, because that was like the thing that I think that like you were talking about, that's like the consistency. That was like something that Dalby could count on, was that I was not off the radar. I was low key. I kept it, ambiguous. And then all of a sudden I come out with two what look like heretic behaviors on the surface. If you dive deep, you probably, I think that they are, that you didn't see coming at all.
Yeah, it's like pulling out your rook from invisibility cloak. So I was not expecting that. But I also we had this conversation with Captain Grimm early on. Is like everybody on my crew has been a different rank. We're an elite force of people that you're not expecting. So who knows?
Yeah, the Suicide Squad reference is dope because seriously, we're all ragtag. We all come from different places and backgrounds. And we all have different styles. But they slap this group together because they get things done without having to explain what they did.
I thought that it was interesting, your moment with Dole, where you found your way through, you found your way into compassion.
I have to get off here. Sorry, guys.
He's
Bye,
doing
guys.
I should
Same
probably
Drizzle.
go too. I got to be up in 7 hours.
Yes, that's a good point. It was very hard for me to circle around. I have to agree with you on that. And I think that's a pretty good closing.
Last thoughts. We'll say last thoughts from Cherokee, last thoughts from Dolby, and then we'll end. Cherokee.
Yeah, so I guess that's what I figured. So it was really hard in the moment because it's like I want to give this person the compassion that they really need, but like you're presenting me with information that is not great. Like so I was like, all right, I'm gonna take a breath. I'm gonna try not to assume anything, and we'll just see what happens.
I think that moment where we went back in time and had the conversation about Dole, because that is literally what I thought of. That's why Dole is still alive. It's because like he loved Josh, and it was clear enough to me whether or not he cheated or whatever. You know, it seems like they had a real relationship and there were real feelings involved. Not that relationships, you know, because we've all made mistakes, and it's just like for love to happen in Space Marines, it's kind of like unheard of almost. It doesn't, I mean, sure, you know, people shack up, but then they're reassigned and they go their separate ways. But it seems like they were together.
Like Spartans, honestly.
Yeah.
That's what it made me think of.
Yeah.
But in this case, you're right. It's like love. It's not just because of necessity or whatever you want to say about it.
Yeah.
And you know, you telling me that reminded me that he was capable of compassion, and that's what helped me circle back around. Is like when you told me that, I was like, oh wait, like he does like have like love and compassion, and like has something to look forward to or had. Yikes.
All right, Dolby, last thoughts.
I think hate has no place. I'm gonna keep it short. Thanks for staying tuned. Are we ever gonna release these after hours?
Yeah,
Because have we been releasing them?
here and there. Yeah, after like a couple months.
And what? Fuck. Oh yeah. So last week's episode, it's still not on the podcast. So I thought I'd
Yeah, it's my fault.
that heads up. And I think the GDP might be a little bit behind. Just in case
it is.
You don't know what to stream on Thursdays at 7 p.m. GGP is our other show. We're live on Twitch. It's the Geeky Gamer podcast. This week we will have another guest. Hopefully they'll not bail.
Let's show up. Jazzi, you're welcome to come and hang out, man.
Yeah, if you need me, I'm there. I'll wing something.
Come and chill. You can it's all about the it's all about the guest, but you can absolutely come and help us out, man.
Ask some
It'd be
questions. Even though we do struggle because I get into rapid fire mode and
I love it.
Bill gets
I love
into
it.
rapid fire mode. And
Come
we're
in.
like, we're
Come in, I
like,
can hang
"Ah."
out, I can drink coffee.
Yeah, well, we
Yeah,
just
come
Thursday. Who
Hit
can
Thursday.
ask the most
Thursday at
questions?
7 p.m.
This guy's gonna be conservative.
Yeah,
That means that he's on my side.
he's definitely
So
political.
we need to balance it out. We need to balance it out with you guys. Get a little bit of left. All right.
Well, I mean, I know how to talk to conservatives.
On his video, it's like
I haven't
our
listened to
country
him.
needs
I
our
haven't-
country. He's got a much lower voice than I thought he did.
Yeah, I just
Our country needs help. As it's like him shooting a gun,
yeah
and I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah. No,
yeah.
he's aggressive.
So it's you and Ken, man. You gotta balance that shit out.
Oh my god.
Also, I apologize if I've I know you and Max have a server. I decided to start chiming in, and I was like 2 chime-ins, and I was like, why am I doing this? This is their server. I need to shut the fuck up. So I was like, I'm out.
That's the whole point, man. We kind of loved it. We kind of loved that you jumped in and had had an opinion, and there was a little bit of discourse. 'Cause that's the whole point for that rant tab, And the server is mainly for like game nights, looking for groups if
Right.
you're playing a game.
Right.
So it's like there's no real like
Agenda.
I don't know. Yeah, it's not really an agenda. It's like if you need somebody to play with, generally you can go there.
I posted one of my videos. I was like, should I screen this somewhere? And it's like 2 hours of like super left wing, political. Nobody
I've seen
commented.
that. You showed me that before.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, you need to screen that.
Yeah. So,
Well, if anyone that would be interested, I'm looking for 1 or 2 more players in this one shot I'm going to run. It's a
Yeah.
monster hunting game. So I'd like the people that haven't really experienced DreadLore, but anyone is welcome. So like if you wanted to play, roll in, bring in someone that would like to, and if Max wanted to, it'd be awesome. Whatever.
Yeah. Honestly, I would probably use Sage again because it's already done. Potion thrower and whatnots. But yeah, I'll ask around and see if anybody's available. What's the date on that? When is it?
Right now we have tentative July 25th, so it's a Thursday.
Okay.
That's
So it would
tentative.
be like in
It's-
place of GGP.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And I
Yeah.
don't think it'll be live, but it could be. If everyone's cool with being live, it'll be live. Otherwise, it's just us doing it.
I'm gonna be honest. You probably want to be able to cut that if you have people that are new. That way you can cut gaps and.
Candid, baby. Yeah, my idea is it's not live. My idea, it's not live.
Okay. Well,
That way,
it's just
there's
because
no
like
problems. Let's just play.
Let's just play. But also, I was
play.
looking through like some of our older videos. We need a really clean run or a clean read of like gameplay explanations. And
I need
it
to
would be
do
cool
that
to
for
do like a
Drizzle.
mini series. Yes, I would love to do like every week you release like fucking sanity roll and you explain what the fuck that is, and it's a graphic.
I have a whole big fucking list of it, but
I gotta go.
I mean,
Work.
it's
this is
you
over.
Ken,
We're
get
done.
out of here.
Get
Get
well,
out.
I mean, all right.